Presidents are coming to L.A., where curfews in place downtown. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Some of the 700 Marines in Los Angeles are expected to be deployed today to protect ICE agents, with thousands of National Guard troops waiting in the wings.
Fox's Brooke Sigmund. L.A. was quieter overnight after days of protest about illegal immigration raids.
Dozens of protesters were arrested for refusing to follow the curfew put in place by Mayor Karen Bass, who says it will likely last for several days. And California Governor Gavin Newsom is now vowing consequences for violent protesters while still managing to throw digs at President Trump for even sending in the troops.
We do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces.
Now, federal judges refused to block the federal troop deployment after the Democratic governor sued. There will be a hearing tomorrow. President Trump insists the deployment helped restore order. As for the protesters carrying flags of other countries while burning the American one,
people that burn the American flag should go to jail for 1 year. That's what they should be doing. 1 year. And we'll see if we can get that done.
The president at Fort Bragg in North Carolina celebrating the Army's 250th anniversary. Now, these protests have spread to other cities, from Seattle to Philadelphia to New York City, where there were dozens of arrests. In Chicago, there were also demonstrations, and a car drove through a crowd. It's unclear if anyone was injured. They're in mourning in Austria, the day after a school shooting.
A silent vigil 24 hours on from the moment of the attack. 10 people were killed when a 21-year-old former student opened fire at a high school in Austria's second largest city.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. That gunman killed himself. Days after the very public feud between President Trump and Elon Musk, who led the administration's DOGE effort to cut federal spending, things keep cooling off. Musk wrote on X a few hours ago he regrets some of his posts last week about the president, saying they went too far. America's listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Janice Dean, Fox News senior meteorologist and host of the Janice Dean Podcast. Join me every Sunday as I focus on stories of hope and people who are truly rays of sunshine in their community and across the world. Be sure to subscribe to the Janice Dean Podcast at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you listen to your podcasts. And don't forget to spread the sunshine.
America's listening to Fox News. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
This is Jason Chaffetz from the Jason in the House podcast. Join me every Monday to dive deeper into the latest political headlines and chat with remarkable guests to hear their take on American life, politics, and entertainment. And don't forget, there's always somebody doing something stupid somewhere.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcast.com
or wherever you download podcasts.
Must listen to podcasts from Fox News Audio.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth will return to the Capitol today, this time testifying at the Senate, the day after a House hearing that focused in part on the deployment of the National Guard and Marines to the Los Angeles protests.
We all see the continuous loops on TV, but this looks nothing like the George Floyd protests or the Rodney King riots in Los Angeles in 1992.
That's Democratic Congresswoman Betty McCollum. Here's Hegseth's reply, especially related to George Floyd's protests in 2020.
I recall 2020 quite well, when Governor Walz abandoned a police precinct and allowed it to be burned to the ground, and also allowed 5 days of chaos to occur inside the streets of Minneapolis.
Now, the hearing's focus, and the one today, is the military budget.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth outlined the appropriations being sought.
The $961.6 billion budget request, over $1 trillion for national security, will end 4 years of chronic underinvestment in our military.
But there was pushback from committee members of both parties about the overdue nature of the request. Minnesota Democrat Betty McCollum.
It was due in February. Today is June 10th. 4 months from now is the end of the fiscal year, and all we have is a very rough draft.
Republican Committee Chairman Tom Cole of Oklahoma adding,
we need more information than we've gotten.
Committee members stressed the need to balance national security with fiscal responsibility. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
The search for a missing sailor has ended.
The body of missing Navy seaman Angelina Resendez was found in a wooded area of Norfolk, Virginia after disappearing last month from her barracks at Naval Station Norfolk. The NCIS says a Navy sailor is in custody in connection with her death and that charges are pending. Her cause of death has not been released.
Fox's Gary Baumgarten. On Wall Street, stock futures are falling before today's trading. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gave Alice, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Is it time to get your children and grandchildren out of the godless government schools? You cannot allow your loved ones to be forcibly subjected to ungodly psychological examinations and perverse sexual teachings. You would not send your child to a school that teaches 2 + 2 is 5. What is being taught today is far worse and damaging to minds and hearts. We can help through our on-campus Christian school and homeschool program. For over 55 years, Christian Liberty has operated a Christian school now located in Arlington Heights, and we have served hundreds of thousands of families across our nation and foreign countries through our homeschool program, Christian Liberty Homeschools. Visit ChristianLiberty.com to learn more or to schedule a tour of our excellent 12-acre facility in Arlington Heights and learn about our educational programs. Take action today. Visit ChristianLiberty.com. Experience the best in our on-campus Christian school and homeschool program, and get more information at ChristianLiberty.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move.
We just listed our house on the market.
Just make sure you have the right attorney.
Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that?
They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
Mike Gallagher sees the blame game again.
I mean, in California, every California crisis is blamed on Trump. The wildfires, Trump's fault. The empty, water reservoirs, Trump's fault. Budget deficit, his fault. And now the riots in L.A., his fault. What does Gavin Newsom take responsibility for?
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Charlie Kirk at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's June 11th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is German Chocolate Cake Day, but it was not invented by the Germans. American baker Samuel German is credited with creating the dessert in the 1850s. Also on this day in 1963, the University of Alabama allows 2 African-American students, Vivian Malone and James A. Hood, to enroll. Segregationist Governor George Wallace, facing federalized Alabama National Guard troops, ends his blockade of the university. Tragedy in 1955, a race car in Le Mans, France, loses control, crashing into the stands filled with spectators, killing 82 people. Way back in 1776, the Continental Congress appoints 5 to write the Declaration of Independence. Born on this day in 1969, actor Peter Dinklage, known for his role as Tyrion Lannister on HBO's Game of Thrones, and 4-time Super Bowl winning quarterback Joe Montana in 1956. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
This is Seth Leibson for Townhall.com. What is there to negotiate? California Governor Ronald Reagan responded when a reporter asked him why he wouldn't negotiate with rioters at Berkeley in 1969. Quote, all of this started because people who know better told our young people they had the right to choose which laws they wanted to obey and which they didn't, he said. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and California Governor Gavin Newsom are people today who should have known better. Both, in taking office, swore to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the United States and California, not the right to attack federal law enforcement officers and obstruct justice. Kamala Harris stated the administration's enforcement of immigration law is cruel and stoking fear. Mayor Bass said the federal enforcement of our laws sows terror in our communities and disrupts basic principles of safety in our city. Governor Newsom called Trump a dictator and federal enforcement reckless and cruel. Bass and Newsom failed to prevent fires that devastated California earlier this year. They caused and are fanning the flames of this one.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
He's coming. Here he goes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for anyone out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
As you know, our friend Mike Lindell has a passion to help everyone get the best sleep of your life. He didn't stop by simply creating the best pillow. Mike created the best bed sheets ever. They look and feel great, which means an even better night's sleep for me, which is crucial for my busy schedule. Mike is offering the best deal on his Giza Dreams bed sheets. Any size and any color, just $49.98. That's right, you can even get queens, kings, split kings, and cow kings. Any size and any color, just $49.98. Order now because when they're gone, they're gone. Also, for a limited time, when your order is over $100, you'll receive $100 in free digital gifts. Call 800-489-0201. Use promo code LIBERTY or go to mypillow.com. Make sure you use the promo code LIBERTY for the amazing offer of $49.98 on the Giza Dreams sheets, any size and any color. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
We couldn't decide if we needed in-home care for Dad.
Right. Just some help here and there with bathing, organizing his meds, a walk through the neighborhood.
Oh, exactly. But everywhere we looked, we had a 4-hour minimum. It was more care than he needed, and it didn't make sense to spend extra for it.
Then we found Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. No minimum hours. We were shocked.
Now a caregiver stops by once or twice a week for just an hour or two to help with the small things that make a big difference.
And Mom loves the visits. It's not just help. It's companionship.
At Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, we understand that not every family needs round-the-clock care. We serve DuPage, Cook, Kane, Kendall, and Will counties. We conduct free in-home assessments, and we guarantee compatibility. Call Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest today at 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care. Only better.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info is protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Chicagoland traffic. The Ike, the Stevenson, the dreaded 294. You sitting in traffic is not time well spent. Time is money.
Oh, come on, man. What's the slowdown for?
Especially when you're trying to do your own company deliveries.
What is happening up there? I got things to deliver.
But instead of sitting there getting more and more frustrated,
please, can we go any slower?
You could be back at the shop getting work done.
I should have stayed at work and actually worked.
Get Quick Delivery Service to battle the traffic for you. They'll make your deliveries while you get other things done. Quick Delivery Service makes it easy. No forms, no labels, no scanning. They'll deliver large pallets of materials to important documents. Simply tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going. They'll pick it up and get it to your destination quickly. Plus, your deliveries are tracked with real-time GPS notifications. Visit quickdelivery.com and stay out of traffic.
Oh no, this exit's closed?
Call now for a free quote. 847-534-2244 or go to quickdelivery.com.
Spring, a time to get outside, be active, play with the grandkids, enjoy life. But if high blood pressure is holding you back, the sooner you get control of it, the sooner you'll stop being a walking time bomb. High blood pressure is a serious issue. Your blood vessels are constricted, your mortality risk is high. So what can you do besides take medications with side effects? Well, there's a delicious juice that can help bring your numbers back down. It's called 120 Life, and it has natural ingredients that have shown to lower blood pressure. Yes, a superfood juice is showing amazing results for high blood pressure without the side effects of big pharma medication. Try 120 Life risk-free now with a 2-week trial pack. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. That's 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout for 15% off.
Can you afford not to have effective video surveillance? Is your outdoor inventory at risk? Theft and vandalism can hit your bottom line hard. Stop these events before they happen. Monitor your business 24/7 with alarm detection systems. We prevent crime with live operators watching video alerts, ensuring your assets and employees are secure. It's not worth the liability when you can effectively protect what matters most. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143. Spending too much on security guards to patrol your property? With rising crime rates, guards may not be enough. And the cost, it's adding up fast. At Alarm Detection Systems, we offer a more innovative solution. Live video monitoring. Cameras provide extra coverage in even the hardest to reach areas. Unlike guards, they never get intimidated. Our operators watch video alerts in real time, cut costs, increase coverage, and stay secure. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Hazy sun, breezy day. High today up to 92. Partly cloudy tonight, low 65. Sunshine, scattered thunderstorms for tomorrow and the high 80. Variable cloudiness, thunderstorm Friday with a high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Real Story with Jeannie Ives, powered by Breakthrough Ideas, Sunday evening at 7 on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Well, I'm glad I decided not to go downtown last night. So
yes.
The
Poor Miller's Pub.
The protests have metastasized and spread to other United States organs of urbanity, like say Chicago, New York, Dallas, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Portland, Boston.
Denver.
As you would expect. I mean,
usuals.
This is usually, all the usual suspects. You knew this would happen.
Don't forget Minneapolis.
Here was a little flavor of some of the rhetorical offerings from last night, if you were unable to make it.
We're not going back. This is an inflection point, a turning point.
We're not going.
Let's come on, sing it, everybody. Yeah.
We're not going.
I love it.
Just like a tree
that's planted by the water. They're not going back. Voting for our freedom. We're not going. And it just sort of went on from there. I don't know if anybody got a first-person look at the protest last night in Chicago. If you did, do give us a call, 312-642-5600, Turnkey.pro answer line.
We do know that I was listening to BBM radio, sorry, but I was, and they said there's a few clashes with protesters and police, but this is not a violent protest. This is a very peaceful protest.
Yeah, it's mostly peaceful.
Yeah, it's peaceful.
Mostly peaceful advocates and participants who are mostly legal.
Yeah,
mostly legal immigrants,
and then there's
mostly peaceful protests.
A woman who was parked in the wrong spot. Police asked her to move, so she went left instead of right and went. Channel 7, Trey Ward. She plowed into the crowd. She didn't plow into the crowd. She looked scared out of her mind, and she wanted to get out of there. But nobody was injured. One person got a little nipped. But I did meet a privileged protester, Dan, and I'd like you to meet her. Oh, no, not that. That was LA.
It's important for me to be here just so that I could have a voice for the voiceless. I know just because I'm privileged enough not to be impacted by what's going on doesn't mean that I should keep quiet. And honestly, I'm here because of my family.
She's very nice. I'm just saying, it's nice.
Okay.
At the beginning, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then more different people came in different groups, and then there's a little free Palestine group and anti-Trump group.
Yeah, I got it. We got it. All the boxes got checked. I get it. So we'll keep an eye on the situation in Chicago. Perhaps Jelly Belly will have something to say about that when he makes his star turn before the House Oversight Committee tomorrow.
He's prepping all day today, by the way.
Speaking of speaking of LA, really is what we need to speak to. The locals handled it. You don't need National Guardsmen in LA. The locals handle it in Chicago and other major cities. Certainly, they have a handle on it in LA. That's what we were told over the weekend and into the beginning of this week. Well, and then this was announced yesterday. It doesn't sound like the locals have a handle on it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the mayor of Los Angeles saying the following.
Looting. Many businesses have now been affected by or vandalized. Last night, there were 23 businesses that were looted. And I think that if you drive through downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties. So my message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police and sheriff departments from across the region and state are working alongside LAPD through a unified command structure. The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m.
So a little late to the dance and scrambling the necessary resources. And, of course, this is largely for cleanup duty as you turn downtown L.A. into a no-go zone, effectively, at least for those who are not residents. Doesn't sound like the locals have a handle on it, which is basically what the police chief there, Jim McDonnell, was saying earlier in the week. Now we have Karen Bass admitting to the same, and Governor Newsom taking to the airwaves to offer this plea.
At this moment, we all need to stand up and be held to account, a higher level of accountability. If you exercise your First Amendment rights, please, please do it peacefully. I know many of you are feeling deep anxiety, stress, and fear, but I want you to know that you are the antidote to that fear and that anxiety. What Donald Trump wants most is your fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not give in to him.
Very emotional, Governor. Point of order. I don't know if English is his first language, but you are not exercising your First Amendment rights if you're not exercising them peacefully. But if you're going to exercise your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully. That's oxymoronic. You don't have a First Amendment right to act in any other manner but peacefully. It's redundant at minimum. So I just point of order on that. You know, if you it's sort of, because it's sort of important. The language is sort of important. But please use your First Amendment rights peacefully. That's the only way you can use them. Otherwise, you don't have the right to behave that way. Just a point of order on that.
Yeah, and Governor Newsom texted Sean Hannity during a show, like, hey, are you going to take this press conference live? I'm going on at 8:30 Eastern time. I mean, it was he read his text message on the air. But he had a little bit more to say about what the president's doing this weekend. He's being a dictator. He's making you celebrate his birthday.
A president who wants to be bound by no law or constitution, perpetuating a unified assault on American traditions. This is a president who in just over 140 days has fired government watchdogs that could hold him accountable for corruption and fraud. He's declared a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself. Databases, quite literally, are vanishing. He's delegitimizing news organizations, and he's assaulting the First Amendment. And the threat of defunding them, at threat, he's dictating what universities themselves can teach.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it's just the kitchen sink approach. It's so tiresome. I mean, we get it. You're auditioning to be the opposition leader. That's what this is. I get it. Karen Bass is out over her skis. So is Gavin Newsom. But this is just an opportunity for him to run the full list, and rather than focusing on the particular exigencies of the moment in Los Angeles, because that's just the backdrop for him to continue his audition until he gets the part. That's what that is. And it's so on the nose with that guy. I mean, there is no subtlety at all. I think he thinks he's being clever or slick.
And he's not.
It's so on the nose.
You described it best when you described him as a house cat, because that is a perfect explanation.
Yeah, that's...
And I keep saying this is just 2-block area of L.A. Like, you had Sonny Hostin on The View yesterday saying, well, I talked to my friends in L.A., and no one's affected by this. It's just a few blocks.
Yeah, it's not...
It's it's not your store, Sonny Hostin. It's not your Apple store that's being raided, or your, retail shop that was destroyed.
It's not even violence. There's no violence.
Oh, yeah.
And even those who were out of step with what we are advocating, peaceful protest, did not create any violence. Nobody was shot. Nobody was killed. Get it in your head. And so when martial law is called, what are you going to say? I missed the point. Don't miss the point, you all. Don't think that somehow, because they called out the National Guard, there was violence. There was no violence. I was on the street. I know. And I went from downtown detention back out into the community, talking to people what happened in Paramount, what happened in Compton, what happened in Inglewood. So, first of all, get it straight.
Got it.
Yeah. And don't just rely on what you're being told or the few incidents that you saw.
Yeah, those few incidents.
So the incidents of violence are mostly nonviolent. Mostly peaceful violence.
That's a new thing, peaceful violence.
Scott in Aurora.
Yeah, I was wondering if Gavin Newsom, while he's at it, did he set up any kind of a hotline or a GoFundMe page for coffee and donuts for the rioters for, the morning time, and that way they can get their day started for the next day.
Thanks for the call, Scott. I think that's being handled by Christy Walton. I think she's underwriting the coffee and donuts and the F ice kits. Did you see these? The FU ice kits that are being distributed. You've got, well, of course, you got your eyewear, you got your goggles, you got bottled water, you got a umbrella, you got
black clothes,
one of your surgical masks. Yeah, you've got Band-Aids, boo-boos. I think you've got a granola bar in there. You've got some of that, what's that, the electrolytes you put into water.
Oh, yeah, liquid IV.
You could give you a give your water a little kick. It seems like a nice package. All right, coming up at 5:38, we'll continue the conversation. I know so much of this seems, particularly if you're of a certain age, seems like just a throwback to the 60s. It's just sort of the nature of the left. It's always been. They're a little rambunctious. They like the protesting. They like the sing-alongs. They like the chanting. But it is important to remember how different it is in 2025, and we'll explain why at 5:38.
But now let's go into the newsroom, and here are the headlines.
Good morning. It's 63 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. California Governor Gavin Newsom is criticizing President Trump's response to the protests in the Los Angeles area.
Look, this isn't just about protests here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made that order apply to every state in this nation. This is about all of us. This is about you.
In an address Tuesday night, Newsom said that Trump escalated the situation by sending National troops and U.S. Marines to deal with anti-ICE demonstrators. He went on to denounce the immigration raids that led to the protests last week. Newsom called for the demonstrators to remain peaceful and promised that anyone arrested during the violent protests will be prosecuted. The governor said over 200 people have been arrested in the Los Angeles area in connection to the protests. Drinking sugar could be worse for you than eating it. Researchers at Brigham Young University found that drinking sugar like soda or juice is linked to a higher risk of developing type 2 diabetes. They say that sugars typically found in drinks disrupt the liver's metabolism more than food, causing a greater impact on blood sugar. This report is sponsored by Starbucks. The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is back. Notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Make it yours. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. And once again, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf.
Where's America 60 years after the Civil Rights Act? Has equality of opportunity become a race hustle instead? As the culture wars play out in our schools, has the civil rights battleground shifted? In Illinois, inherently racist programs, scholarships, and comments are being challenged for violating the Civil Rights Act. How do we get to a post-racial America? Breakthrough Ideas is bringing great Americans together to help answer those questions. Join C.L. Bryant, award-winning filmmaker of Runaway Slave and Trump Advisory Board member, Black and White radio host John Anthony, and rooftop pastor Corey Brooks, founder of Project Hood, on Thursday, June 26th for the Breakthrough Ideas annual dinner. Join the conversation and buy a ticket to our annual dinner to support our work. At Breakthrough Ideas, we're unafraid to expose the lies and corruption of the ruling class in Illinois. We're here to inform voters and protect liberty. Visit breakthrough-ideas.com. Click on the events page to buy a ticket today. That's That's breakthrough-ideas.com.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find it in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Hazy sun, breezy day, high today 92. Partly cloudy for tonight, low 65. Periods of sun for tomorrow, scattered thunderstorms throughout, high near 80. Variable cloudiness, a thunderstorm on Friday with a high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy, talking about what's different between what you see going on in L.A. and probably what you'll see to some extent spreading to other cities as the protests have. You know, going from mostly peaceful in that ironic sense of that phrase that we've come to know and love, mostly peaceful, mostly legal illegals, mostly nonviolent violence, all of these Orwellian phrases that the left uses. But what's different about this and really the Black Lives Matter and the COVIDian business of the last 5 years too, but even more so today, and with the issue of immigration policy. Different than protesting the Vietnam War, protesting the system from a bygone era. There are important differences that need to be emphasized. We've talked about them before, and it's not just following the money, although that's part of it. It's not just getting into George Soros or other leftist billionaires. I just mentioned Christy Walton, who are underwriting some of the nonsense. And we, of course, see this in Chicago. The institutional power that the neo-Marxists have in a way that they did not enjoy previously when they were rabble-rousers outside of the system. What's happened over the last 50 years, of course, is in big cities, the sorts of people that were outside the system not only got sinecures in academia, like the Weatherman in Chicago, but also got elected and appointed to important posts in the government and used those posts to provide a permanent revenue stream, permanent financing of a permanent neo-Marxist apparatchik layer of individuals that can be activated at a moment's notice. This is even what Karen Bass was referring to when she talked about the protest starts. There's a network of people that are ready to respond. Good interview of Kyle Scheidler over at Tablet. He's with the Center for Security Policy. And one of the things that's different here as compared to where the focus had been up until the defiance addicted turned their sights on immigration policy once they figured out that the Trump administration had figured out a way around sanctuary city and sanctuary state policies to force local jurisdictions to clear the way and let federal law enforcement do their job, and the Trump administration remove people in this country who pose public safety threats. And by the way, a quick aside, That's what was going on in L.A. Not that it's a particular, not that it would be problematic if it wasn't, but just to set the record straight, the activity of ICE in L.A. that allegedly prompted these protests was of a public safety nature, and Tom Homan made that clear.
Were there public safety threats in the Fashion District and at that Home Depot in these raids we've seen?
Yeah, and that's what no one's talking about. The Fashion District wasn't an immigration raid. It was a service of 3 criminal warrants at locations based on a large criminal conspiracy that ICE is investigating. That has to do with money laundering, tax evasion, and customs fraud, where a company underdeclared over $80 million in goods, failed to pay $17 million in fees, and it's part of an overall conspiracy on numerous businesses that they believe that some of this money is being laundered in Mexico and Colombia to fund cartel activity. So this was a criminal investigation that they all responded to in the beginning. That's how it all started. But the facts never got out. Even though we put the facts out, the media didn't cover it. They just said immigration raids, we're separating families and all the negative information we hear all the time. We took a lot of bad people off the street last couple of days. A Vietnamese national that attended a graduation party was kicked out and came back and killed 2 young people, two young Americans. We arrested a child predator. We arrested someone for sexual misconduct. Someone arrested for committed armed robbery. We arrested numerous gang members. What ICE did the last couple of days is make Los Angeles safer by taking public safety threats off the street.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line, or you could text us on the very same line. So I have a question for you, Dan. I just feel like if the Democrats don't get the government they want or the policies they want, that they burn it all down. Like Summer of Love, Volume 2, as somebody else said, that, because I just feel like this is deja vu. We're reliving this all over where you're thinking, oh gosh, what one of my friend's store is going to get ruined tonight.
This Scheidler interview over at Tablet speaks to the role of public sector unions, particularly SEIU. You saw that SEIU leader arrested, SEIU boss arrested over the weekend.
Yeah, and Maxine Waters tried to bust in the place to save him, to rescue him.
The Q&A here, because it's a written transcript of an interview. The question that's put to Kyle Scheidler, Center for Security Policy, who's an expert on leftist violence, talk about SEIU's role here. It seems to provide sort of a connective tissue between the street-level radicals on the one hand and Democratic donors and politicians on the other hand. The union played a critical role in founding the Democracy Alliance, the Democratic Donor Association, and it raises hundreds of millions of dollars for Democrat candidates in every election cycle. The Purple People Beaters, we feature them here too, don't you know? And they are a scourge and have been for some time, and it's nice to see them getting the profile. So Kyle Scheidler responds to this question. Connective tissue is exactly right. The SEIU is the connective tissue. You often find these unions serve as the home for street agitators, the professional protesters, and the direct action trainers. And we've seen SEIU, we over the years, we've got undercover video of SEIU training people to go out and do mostly peaceful, nonviolent violence on the streets of big cities, including Chicago. This is back in the heady days of Black Lives Matter. And pigs in a blanket, burn them like bacon. Back to Scheidler. It's a place where they still understand the value of a certain amount of street politics, the ability to hold a pop-up rally, a protest, maybe a riot. So the unions provide for the institutionalization of certain capabilities, a place where they can live in a more or less respectable way. And a lot of genuine radicals find a home in everyday union organizing. And then when something like this happens, talking about L.A., they take off one hat and they put on the other hat. SEIU in particular has a history of radical activity and also of being willing to rough up their opponents, the Purple People Beaters, I just said. People used to refer to them as the Purple People Beaters during the Tea Party town halls because you get SEIU and Acorn reps. Oh, remember Acorn?
Oh,
who would show up and make things difficult for people. So you have a lot of those types in SEIU. And then I imagine there's some kind of conversation taking place within the more official elements of the Democratic Party and there's give and take. If you go back to a 2021 Time article about fortifying the 2020 election, it mentions union leadership being one of the major players calling for aggressive resistance to Trump. The more establishment Dems and Dem money were saying, no, let's do this by changing the rules and controlling state election boards and filing lawsuits. I've thought for a while there's a conversation of sort taking place on the left between these various groups over how they want to run the left in America generally. There are certainly elements of left agitating for street action. They want politics to be the politics of revolution. The Palestinian protests were trying to send that message to the party establishment before the election. Part of it is there's a civil war inside the American left over how they're going to operate in a Trump world. Are the Democrats the party of the Democrat Socialists of America and the party of socialism and liberation? Or are they the party of Wall Street and establishment money? The SEIU is this weird little nexus for that because it has a foot in both camps. Important to understand those sorts of institutional elements and how the connective, who serves as the connective tissue between these seemingly disparate elements of, the Christy Waltons on the one hand writing the checks, and then how this all gets distributed. Who's actually in charge of the spend, and thus who's in charge of the direction this neo-Marxist party is going to take. And I don't think actually it's much of a conversation. I think that the critical mass is clearly with the neo-Marxists, the SEIUs, the radicals, the Jasmine Crockett's, whether it's performative or not, that's the persona she's adopted, and the AOC's, the Stop Oligarchy, the No Kings,
No Kings Day,
street thugs. That's where that party is, and Soros and Walton heirs and Omidar and these other billionaires are financing it, and they're beholden to whoever really controls the machinery of the party, and it's the neo-Marxists. It's not. I don't think it's much of a question at all, because you have and just to show you how decisive is the advantage of those who seek to use violence as the means to political ends. It is newsworthy when you have a Dem politician like Senator Slingblade from Pennsylvania say, hey, violence is not right. That's a headline. John Fetterman breaks with party to say we shouldn't burn down L.A.
Well, and it says, but that's violence. The Democratic Party is lying to you. They're trying to mess with your brain to make you think, wait, am I seeing something wrong? I mean, these cars are burning.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that Fetterman came out.
But why is that newsworthy? Because it is
one.
Because it is completely disconnected from where all of the energy is in that party. AOC posting on X or Blue Sky that got reposted to X for our enjoyment. It's 100% carrying water for the opposition to participate in this collective delusion that Dems for some reason need to answer for every teen who throws a rock, rather than hold the Trump administration accountable for intentionally creating chaos and breaking the law to stoke violence. They are in charge. Yeah.
They're providing the rocks. They're giving them cinder blocks with hammers inside backpacks and said, now, when you get there, hit the cinder block to break it up into pieces and throw these objects at ICE officers, Border Patrol agents. By the way, that video that's gone viral of the teen, she says, I don't think that's
he's
a teenager.
40 years old.
Yeah, because he's been arrested. But he injured an officer.
I don't know if
he smashed the windshield.
The guy that was whipping rocks at cars
that had
going by?
They said, well, Tom Homan said they know who he is.
They know he is. He hasn't been arrested.
Yeah, but it's not a teenager.
It's a 40-year-old. The person of interest there is a 40-year-old man.
Yeah, and he had a helmet on. That's not a kid, AOC.
But the point is not to be accurate. The point is that she's in charge. This attitude is in charge. There's no need to answer for the mostly nonviolent violence because the Trump administration's in charge, and this is a continuation of the revolution in the face of the common sense counter-revolution. I'll give you another example. Ron Gochez, Union del Barrio in L.A. We've seen this guy before. We've played some of his musings before. This is the intellectual zeitgeist of that neo-Marxist party, a representation of it. Listen to the way he talks about the situation in L.A. And you think John Fetterman or Rahm Emanuel or somebody like that is viable in this party? Not that John Fetterman or Rahm Emanuel are particularly laudable. They're all captive. They're all captive to this element, the AOCs and the Ron Gocheses.
This weekend was marked with absolute and total violence, brutal repression, and attacks, coordinated attacks against our community. ICE agents have been around all over Southern California, kidnapping people, tearing apart families, and we see this as an attack against our people. And so that's why you see young people, the community coming out and resisting this repression. We are tired, sick and tired of these attacks that are dividing and separating our families. And so that's why when we have these protests, they have been peaceful, but when the repression comes from the state, whether it's the sheriffs, the LAPD, or on Saturday, for example, in Paramount, California, it was the Border Patrol, it was brutal violence. They shot thousands of rounds of tear gas, of flashbang grenades, of all kinds of repressive instruments used against the community, but what they didn't think was going to happen was that the people would resist and would fight back. And that's exactly what happened in Paramount and in Compton, California, where for 8.5 hours, the people combated in the streets against the Border Patrol. And after 8.5 hours of battle, and it was a battle because there were people throwing back tear gas, people throwing anything that they could to defend themselves and to defend the workers that were being surrounded by over 100 Border Patrol agents. After 8.5 hours, the Border Patrol, the sheriffs had to retreat. They had to retreat because of the fierce resistance of the community, and the hundreds of workers that were in the factories around them were able to escape. They were able to go to their cars and go home. That was only thanks to the resistance that allowed them to go home that night. And so that is one clear sign that if we organize ourselves...
They won the Battle of Los Angeles. I mean, you hear the bellicose rhetoric. You hear sort of the revolutionary construct that he applies to what's going on the streets of L.A. And then, of course, you have, I mean, the New Republic, that left-wing rag. The Los Angeles protests are an act of self-defense. What you see on the streets of L.A., just like he said, just like Gochez said, what you see is people defending themselves against an invading force called ICE. Greg in Jefferson Park.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. You know, this is like the beginning of this civil war. It is going to be one brutally hot summer. I mean, I saw a video of a Mexican senator in Mexico showing a map, you know, oh, this is what it looked like before the United States, you know, stole our country in the Southwest. You've got, you know, the 10 million plus people that came in the last 4 years, terrorists from ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and who knows who. All you see are Mexican flags down there and all this rioting. And I'll tell you something, you know, when we can no longer afford and 3/4 of the countries on planet Earth that have been buying our bonds don't buy our bonds, and when they have a financial crisis, Trump is going to say, sorry, if you're not an American citizen, you get zero benefits. Things are going to become white hot then, man. It's frightening, and it's going to get a lot worse before it gets any better. You guys have a good day.
Thanks for the call. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure that I mean, it all unwinds quite that way, but I mean, just understand who you're dealing with. It's always good to have a very good understanding of who you're dealing with and what their particular objectives are, and people like Ron Gochez are telling you.
And speaking of stolen land, that's what they were protesting yesterday. They're saying, Mexicans, we own California.
This is our city, and this was Mexico. You can't kick us out of the land that was ours.
Indigenous land, this was Mexico. This is our turf. These motherfuckers, free them all!
So they don't think rules apply to anybody, free everybody, release everybody from prison. You know, but that was the soup du jour. That's what they were complaining about yesterday, because each day it's a different thing.
It's all of the same kind.
Yeah.
It's just it's all of this. I mean, and this is why you have that party. Literally, that party make land acknowledgement statements before they have a party event, no matter where it is in America. So tell me again where the zeitgeist is on the left. You think it's with your sort of run-of-the-mill hack Democrat, big city Democrat? No. It is not with the Karen Bass. I mean, she is a movement Marxist too, but I mean, this is so much sharper than the time period in which she came up. She is a useful idiot. She's a functionary. But then again, the difference between the 60s is the functionaries, as well as some of the, dare I say, intellectual leaders, we installed them in public offices. We gave them the reins of power. They've been institutionalized. I mean, for God's sakes, we have a Leninist who runs the Chicago Park District.
I know. He's so in over his head.
So that's what's happened is the outside Marxist and neo-Marxist revolutionaries have become the inside people in big cities.
Yep.
Ed on the north side.
Yeah, I just want to say I lived through the 60s, and I see two differences, okay? First of all, right now it's all political. The Democrats have taken the position if they can't run the country, they'd rather see it go to hell. We never felt that way. We protested the war with LBJ and with Richard Nixon, okay? The second difference I see is this stuff out here today is pure anarchy. You know, starting fires, looting, throwing bricks at people. We did not do this. And we did it for a lot longer than these people today. We were out every day for 8 years till the war ended. But we weren't blocking streets. We weren't attacking people. We were not fighting with the police. We had a legitimate gripe. End the war in Vietnam. These people today just want mass destructiveness. That's the way I see it.
And I can't, thanks so much, Ed, but I can't stand when they carry the flags of countries that they don't want to go back to. I had that problem in El Paso because there was always protests. You say, well, you know, there were always somebody was protesting something, and they'd wave the Mexican flag. And I said, well, if it's so much better in Mexico, then go back. And then they were like, no, we like it here. I'm like, okay, thanks. Stop burning our flag.
Brian in Evansville.
Yeah, good morning, guys. A lot of people kind of stole my thunder, but the difference between the 60s and the J6 and the Black Lives Matters riots of 2020 is those are the American citizens. See, it's hard to put Marines against the J6 as people because those are the American citizens with the American flag just feel that the election was stolen. But what's going on now? You got 20 million foreigners who don't speak your language, who don't share your values, and the country waving foreign flags in front of your troops. I think we in trouble, man. We had civil war. You on a job now, and you got to speak 5 different languages to get along with those people. It makes no sense to me. So they didn't got a foreign army in this country to take it over. You might as well put the Hamas army in some of these universities, and they can put the Palestinian flag in some of their students. We in trouble.
Thanks for the call, Brian. Appreciate it. Well,
they did fly the Palestinian flag at one university.
Diversity is our strength. Andy Cuomo.
Oh, boy.
Another guy who is beholden to the zeitgeist of the party, even though he's just a flim-flammer like a Gavin Newsom.
Well, he's running for mayor of New York.
Right. And he's out on the trail doing the identitarian hustle.
The city of New York. We are the capital of diversity. 180 languages spoken in our school system. 180 different languages, people from all across the world. That makes us stronger, not weaker. And
the test scores say otherwise.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
What's wrong, Ben? Nicole can read my mind, Arvid. What?
We were talking about the optionizable Ashton recliner at Penny Mustard.
I said I'd like it in leather, and she said...
Done.
I suggested a different leg color, and she said...
Done.
Spooky. Look, I don't think Nicole can really read your mind. Well, not anymore. That's why I'm wearing this tinfoil hat.
It smells fishy.
I wrap my lunch in it.
The Ashton recliner, starting at $28.70 at Penny Mustard.
7 locations throughout Chicagoland.
PennyMustard.com.
Enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock, all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer on Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now at danandamy247.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll update that story of that Minnesota politician who isn't sure whether she's a citizen or not. 6:06.
And Simone Biles apologizes at 6 a.m. WIND Chicago.
An overnight curfew is in effect in downtown Los Angeles. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. In the last 2 more hours.
A necessary measure to protect lives and safeguard property following several consecutive days of growing unrest throughout the city.
L.A. Police Chief Jim McDonnell, when it went into effect last night to quell the protests over illegal immigration raids, Fox's Jeff Paul was there.
10 minutes after curfew kicked in, we all sort of got a little nervous because there were so many people still out. And then all of a sudden you see a huge group of officers, some on horses, others in squad cars, and they cleaned out that area in minutes.
And there were nearly 200 arrests, mainly for curfew violations. Some of the Marines President Trump has deployed will arrive in L.A. today to join thousands of National Guard troops protecting federal buildings and agents after the protest destruction that has included businesses vandalized and looted. And President Trump warns protesters.
Oh, the military will be very happy for us. I'm very proud to tell you that. They might as well turn around. They're wasting their time. Some of them will end up in jail for a long period of time.
But California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom is challenging the federal troop deployment in court.
Democracy is under assault before our eyes.
A federal judge will hold a hearing on the governor's lawsuit tomorrow. More protests are popping up in more places.
Major cities like Seattle and Chicago are also facing similar anti-ICE protests. And in New York City, police arrested more than 80 protesters. And with reports that these protests could continue to spread, Texas Governor Greg Abbott isn't taking any chances. He's deploying the National Guard to San Antonio.
Fox's Brooke Singman. A congresswoman's been indicted over a skirmish outside an immigration detention center in New Jersey last month. Monica McIver, a Democrat charged with assaulting an officer. She calls it all political and baseless. 2 empty cells on death row in Florida and in Alabama. Anthony Wainwright got a lethal injection, and then an hour later, another convicted murderer was suffocated in Alabama. Gregory Hunt got an injection, a nitrogen gas execution. America's
Good morning. It's 64 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. A former Chicago area doctor is going to prison for 10 years on health fraud charges. Perry Williams reports.
Dr. Mona Ghosh, who had a practice in suburban Hoffman Estates, was sentenced yesterday in federal court. She convinced patients, who were mostly women of color, to have surgeries that were not needed. Some procedures led to infertility.
Not just to me, but to everyone else that she took that right away from. I wasn't done having kids, and she took it from me.
Ghosh was also ordered to give up her medical license.
Detectives are investigating after a woman and 1-year-old were found dead on the south side early yesterday morning. They were found in the 2400 block of West 80th Street. Police say the body of the 24-year-old female was in the backyard of a residence. The child was inside the home. A Chicago high school is honoring the life of one of its students who was gunned down days after his graduation. D'Angelo Miles, who attended Hansberry College Prep, was killed last Sunday on South Wallace Street. The school held a memorial earlier this week for the captain of the football team. Police are continuing to investigate the shooting. So far, no one is in custody. 7 people are hurt after an apartment building fire in Joliet. The blaze started yesterday morning in the 100 block of North Essington Road. The people on the balcony were rescued. All of the victims suffered minor injuries. The Joliet Office of Emergency and Disaster Management is relocating the displaced residents. There seems to be heavy damage to the building. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Larry Elder addresses our debt.
Here's the problem. Both parties spend money. They may have different priorities, but both parties spend money. The other big problem is that much of the government spending is on automatic pilot. By that, I'm talking about Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security.
The Larry Elder Show. Weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/policy. That's ethos.com/policy.
Maha starts with Virago, making America healthy again. With the worst flu season in years, you need an immune system boost. The stronger your immune system, the stronger your body fights and defends against So get Virago. Virago Immune Enhancement Support is a unique blend of 23 nutraceuticals, ingredients that have been available as individual nutraceuticals, but now working in synergy to maximize their effects. Recommended by medical physicians, dentists, and other healthcare professionals, Virago is the nutraceutical cocktail for immune support. Developed to strengthen your immune system for quick response to immune challenges, for short and long-term immunity, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. It even protects your heart, kidneys, liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Order online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Quality ingredients for optimum health. Maha, making America healthy again starts with Virago.
Your local State Farm agent, Anthony DeGrotto, combines good neighbor service with surprisingly great rates. You can combine your home, auto, and life insurance to not only save you money, but give you the peace of mind you've been looking for. Anthony DeGrotto is your go-to agent in Chicagoland. He and his team will work for you to provide the best service you expect at the price you want. Combine your home, auto, and life insurance today. Anthony DeGrotto will help you mix and match things perfectly. His State Farm office is a top pick 2024 Daily Herald Reader's Choice Award winner. He's a proud supporter of Tunnel to Towers and like-minded as you. His State Farm agency is currently looking to add members at their Roselle office. Call Anthony at 847-895-1500 today or visit DeGrottoSF.com. That's DeGrottoSF.com. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
From the Team Hogberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne interchange, it's about 14 minutes. Outbound, it's about 19 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 15 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 21 minutes. Outbound, 15 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Byrne interchange, 14 minutes. Outbound, about 10 minutes. Traffic is a service of Anthony DeGrotto, your Chicagoland State Farm agent. His team will work to provide the best service you expect at the price you want. Like a good neighbor, Anthony DeGrotto State Farm is there. DeGrottoSF.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Hazy sun, breezy day, high today 92. Partly cloudy for tonight, low 65. Periods of sun for tomorrow, scattered thunderstorms throughout, high near 80. Variable cloudiness, a thunderstorm on Friday with a high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Wealth Health Radio with Joe Murphy, Sundays, noon to 1. Learn more online at mwmfinancial.tax.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Have you ever gone to a therapist? Is it too personal?
I mean, yes, I have. In which state?
How's it going?
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever gone to a therapist?
No, I haven't.
In case you're watching on our Signature Bank video, Dan just fell
tripped
down.
over the garbage can.
Yeah, because he just...
No, I have not.
Actually,
nor would I ever?
If you went to a therapist, you would be the therapist's therapist.
The therapist would wind up on the couch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, come here. Let's switch places. You lay down here, and I'm going to go sit in your chair.
Well, it's.
No, I did go to one after I got canned from Channel 5.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What was her name? Was Ruth. She was a lovely lady. She was a conservative, too.
There's very few of those.
Yeah. Trust me. I know. I walked out of one. I walked in one time. They had a Bernie Sanders poster on the wall. I'm like, nope, not for me.
The profession is a mess, in part because of the instruction that's provided to train therapists. It's very much like the teaching profession. A lot of great teachers, but the profession's a mess because the education of teachers is so poor, and so many of them are poor students too. Well. Yeah, and the instruction is all just sort of sentimentality dressed up as science, or in the case of teachers, pedagogy. This piece from Naomi Best is wild. Naomi Best is a graduate student at Santa Clara University in Santa Clara, California. The Broncos.
You always know every school's mascot.
Do you
study that?
Alma mater of NBA Hall of Famer Steve
Kerr?
Not a Hall of Famer.
No, Steve Kerr went to University of Arizona. Wildcats, Wilbur, Wynn Jacobson.
No, that wasn't the question.
No, it wasn't.
Steve Nash.
Oh.
Anybody who's a therapist or has seen a therapist wants to share their experience.
312. Let me get the number.
Or even if you just watch Shrinking, that new show with Harrison Ford and Jason Segel, that qualifies. You can give us a call.
312-642-5600, or you can text us. Text line is up and running now, folks.
I'm a graduate student. Well, Naomi Epps Best is, not me. But she writes, I'm a graduate student in marriage and family therapy at Santa Clara, a Jesuit institution. Here we go. Here we go. The Jesuits, the anti-Catholic Catholic schools. Recently, I walked out of class. Professor Chong-Zhang Wei had just played a video of a female influencer engaging in sexual bondage activity.
Oh, seriously?
Oh, this is tame compared to where this goes. When the lights came up, the professor smiled and asked if we wanted to try it ourselves. Maybe it was a crass joke to break the tension, but I didn't want to find out if a live demonstration was next. What began as a simple accommodation request in a required course called Human Sexuality turned into a case study in the reshaping of therapy training, not by science, but by critical theory. a worldview that filters human experience through left-wing assumptions about power, oppression, identity, particularly race, gender, sexuality. Yes, we've talked about this quite a bit over the last several years, but it continues unabated. Executive orders, new administration, Title IX prosecution or enforcement notwithstanding. The first time I enrolled in the course, students were assigned to read sadomasochistic erotica and a book called The Guide to Getting It On, featuring sexually explicit illustrations. Just take notice of that because it'll be in kindergartens in Downers Grove in about 5 minutes. Okay, so just FYI. We were told to write an 8 to 10 page comprehensive sexual autobiography, which could include early sexual memories, masturbation, current experiences, and future goals with an action plan, all uploaded to a third-party platform for grading. On ethical and religious grounds, writes Naomi Best, I requested an alternative assignment. Carrie, the department chair, denied my request, suggesting I change my plans and pursue a different type of license. She described the course, this where you have to do the sexual autobiography, as an inoculation of sorts, exposing you to content you might come across as a licensed therapist. She also told me that if I did encounter such things in a professional setting, I could assuredly communicate that discomfort to clients and decline to work with them. Well, if I could do that, then why do I have to be exposed to it and participate in this class in order to get my licensure? Yeah, I digress. So does Naomi Best. She appealed to the dean, the provost, the Title IX office, university president, the campus ministry. She writes, I'm not sure who was more shocked, the priest reading the syllabus or me, screen sharing sexually explicit videos and images with him. Yeah. Well, welcome to your school, Padre.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Somebody texted in blank therapy. It's the worst.
Yeah, well, there you go. The professor.
Yes.
The course here is a graduation requirement, as I sort of alluded to. So, Miss Best re-enrolled. I requested the same accommodation that Muslim women students had received to complete the course remotely. The professor, Wei, instead scheduled a Zoom meeting with me. He promised a professional tone and said sexual disclosure wouldn't be required. But in the classroom, he showed a how-to bondage video featuring a submissive wearing a GIMP suit.
What?
Yeah,
like from
it's a term of art in the industry, apparently.
Oh, okay.
A full-body garment designed to restrict movement.
Yeah.
And played songs like WAP and I Beat My Meat.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Yeah.
Didn't know that was a thing.
And apparently, well, WAP, you know, that's, yeah. That's that Cardi B, the reformed prostitute who now has a heart of gold.
So the GIMP suit, that's something similar that was used in Pulp Fiction?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, good recall. Well, a movie reference from you, shocking.
You know what? You can try to be.
Can you give us a few bars of I Beat My Meat while you're at it?
You know, I'm not vocally warmed up enough for that, but maybe later in the show.
A guest speaker, a male transgender psychologist, nothing ironic about that, told us only trans women have...
Have what? Uh-oh. What?
Only trans women have P blank 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 S that can blow up the world. I think vaginas.
Oh.
Yeah. Only trans women have vaginas that can blow up the world. And describe being sexually aroused while looking in the mirror. One exercise included anonymously writing down something we disliked about our genitals or breasts to be read aloud in a class by another student.
Oh, that's a dramatic reading. Timmy, can you come up here, please?
We will
read
be
us
doing
something
that later in the show. Amy will be doing a reading of what I don't like about my penis. So you want to stay tuned for that. Probably the 8 o'clock hour.
I need a copy in advance, though. Okay. Some show pony over here.
This is serious. Yes, it's serious. I mean, it actually is serious because the profession is so corrupted, intellectually, morally, and in every other possible way. So Ms. Best writes, when I went public anonymously on Substack, I realized I had stumbled onto something larger. The entire field of educating therapy has been hollowed out and filled in with critical theory. Therapists are no longer trained to be neutral. They're trained to be agents of political change. Concepts like modesty and marital privacy aren't merely treated as optional or even dismissed. They're seen as oppressive norms to be actively combated. In multicultural counseling, we're told that objective, rational, linear thinking and delay gratification and making a plan for the future are traits of white culture. I was required to preface mock therapy sessions by naming my whiteness, quote unquote, and warning that I might misread clients because of my race. And she notes these ideas are being promoted by the field's top associations, the top bodies, the American Psychological Association, it's a mess, American Counseling Association, Council for Accreditation of Counseling and Related Educational Programs. And by the way, this is not inconsequential, because I'm not just talking about dealing with adults. You're talking about therapists that have sway in family custodial arrangements. I mean,
they have a lot more power than you think, folks.
Exactly.
They work with DCFS. Some are, assigned to you.
School discipline, criminal sentencing. She writes, does Miss Best, when the student here, grad student, when clinicians are trained to see everything through an ideological lens rather than with ethical neutrality, the consequences extend far beyond the therapy room. I'm 26, newly married, mother of a 1-year-old girl, and a few credits from graduating. I pursued every institutional channel available. I even sought short-term therapy through campus mental health service, which I was denied. A staff psychologist told me that my department has a history of demanding intimate self-disclosure from students, a practice he regards as unethical. Speaking up comes with risk, but in a field where dissent is discouraged and students are coerced, I have chosen to say no more. Naomi Epps Best, Santa Clara. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Jim in Crown Point, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I could never go to a therapist because when I see that word, I see the rapist, and it triggers me, and I can't go.
There you go. Thanks, Jim. You fit right in at Santa Clara's faculty. George in Naperville.
Yes, Stan, I believe your therapist is when you're drinking alone.
You're never alone with a drink, George. You, of course, know this.
Or a dog.
Or a dog.
I mean, you're never alone if you have a dog, right?
Oh, yes, I do have a dog. Oh, that's actually interesting, because there's another unrelated piece. Did you have anything more you wanted to add?
Well, there's some text messages. Dan and Amy, I go to therapy for 12 hours a day. It's called work.
Yeah.
Beware of scams, everybody, called trauma recovery coaching. It's a scam. Okay, I've never heard of that. All right. Interesting. And don't send your kids to these whack jobs. It will not end well. People are very angry about therapists here.
Well, I can imagine, like, especially to the extent that you get these left-wing, over-sexualized cranks, and they're making decisions about what happens to your kid in school, what happens to your kid who wants to transition, what happens to custodial arrangement. I mean, like I said, it's all fun and games until you put these people in positions of impact on your life. But speaking of dogs, and a therapy-related story, Erica Komisar, who's one of the few conservative therapists, like the one you went to, apparently. Still go to?
No, I don't even know if she's alive. I'm not the best therapist in the world. She passed away. She was great. She had all of us at Channel 5 and 7, and she was the best.
Really? Every
Barbara, she was amazing.
Everybody at Channel 5 was under medical care? That sounds right.
No, I mean, there was just a group of us. We were trying to maneuver kids, working, husbands. She had her back.
Mm-hmm.
If we wanted things, we would tell her what we need, and then she would just tell the husband, well, this is what's going to have to happen. She was our advocate.
So she just relayed messages, basically. And you paid her, or NBC5 did.
No.
Was she on staff there?
No, she was not on staff.
It should be a staff position.
Well, it's traumatizing being a news reporter. Back then, you would see so many dead bodies. No, I'm serious. And you would see stop it. You would see people at the worst time of their life after they just lost a child or a husband, or it's traumatizing. So, yes, I went to therapy. And everybody handles death differently. That's what I've realized.
I'm sure
some people want to kill you. You're like, I'm just trying to tell your story.
I'm sure it was
This is your
traumatizing to
fault.
work with Mark Giangreco and Carol Marine. I can see that, I suppose.
Oh, they scared me. They were very intimidating.
Well, Erica,
they didn't think we belonged. Me and Robin Meade, they didn't like that they thought we were too young to be in Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to be a seasoned pro to navigate the
We were
water.
26,
The news...
24, and 26, and how dare they hire us?
Yeah, let me tell you something about the news game, Toots. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no, they were brutal.
They're funny. Unintentionally. But dogs, Erica Komisar writing about them. As a therapist, she's a psychoanalyst. I regularly prescribe a pet to regulate the emotions of patients suffering from depression, loneliness, and anxiety. Affection toward a dog can raise levels of oxytocin, the love hormone, reduce cortisol, the stress hormone. So the more you love your pup, the less stressed and happy you feel. And this is the excuse you use to do that therapy animal racket you run with the airlines. Yeah.
It's a service animal.
But her point here is to say if we want to address the mental health crisis that allegedly exists among, well, the general population, I guess, let's stop talking about using AI and robots, inanimate objects that can only pretend to care for us. Better to love a dog who can love you back. Oh. See, that's like simple, sensible.
Yeah.
That you already sort of intuitively know. People who have dogs or pets.
Or
sort
cats.
Yeah.
There's some cats that are lovey.
Did you see that tatted up woman that freeze dried her cat? The cat died, freeze dried it, and then she posted a video with like her placing it on her little mantle and petting it and stuff. The cat looks like his death was a surprise to him. He sort of has a surprised look on his face,
like, open eyes and.
Yeah, I wonder if she's got an alibi.
Want to take it to a taxidermist?
Yeah, but I thought of you when I saw.
Oh, thank you. I gave my cat a 1 hour foot rub the other night. He laid on top of my legs, and I rubbed the cat's feet for almost an hour.
That's probably therapeutic for you.
It was very sweet.
Yeah. Roger in DeKalb.
Cute little thing.
Yeah, hey, sadly out here in DeKalb, NIU, that's a big program from them. And unfortunately, one of my good friends has a daughter in it. He's just mortified that she was never, a trans until she went off to school and got educated. And it's totally a sociopathic, issue with these people.
Wait a second. Wait. But your friend's daughter enrolled in the therapy program at NIU and then transitioned?
She was just a gen ed student, and along the way, all of a sudden, she became first a lesbian, which is fine. I don't care about that. But then she hooked up with a woman, and they're both trans now. And it's like what?
And was there
but they're both studying to be trans therapists.
Yeah, of
course. For kids.
I know. It's to groom
gruesome.
kids and
groom.
I mean, force them into it.
Please.
Thanks for the call, Roger. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's salacious, and the details out of that piece and Naomi Best's experience are jarring, and we can have a little fun with it. But as I said, and then there are serious implications.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
It's important to have a heating and cooling company you can depend on. That company is the original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling. They aren't one of those massive companies with newer techs and subcontractors. Oh no, Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling send only their own highly skilled techs. From service to installation and everything in between, the work quality and customer service is the best. For 40 years, the original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling has kept homeowners and business customers comfy and warm in the winter and nice and cool in the warmer months. Don't call the big guys, call the best. Call Carrie at 847-545-1700 or visit arlingtonheightsheatingandcooling.net. That's Carrie at 847-545-1700 or online at arlingtonheightsheatingandcooling.net. The original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling, not the biggest, just the best.
All right. Chronic pain. Yeah. In your hip, your knee, your shoulder. Guess what? You don't have to live like that. And if you don't want surgery, which I can understand why, call our really good friends at QC Kinetics. They're different. They've had helped tens of thousands of people with what's called regenerative medicine, where they use your own body's properties to heal the pain, to heal the source of your pain, I should say. It's revolutionary treatment, folks, that works to give your body long-term relief. You'll meet with medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team. They'll explain how their regenerative treatments take your body's own healing power and help restore that damaged tissue. Again, they've helped tens of thousands of people. No masking the pain. They're going after the very source of it. So say goodbye to chronic pain due to arthritis or an injury and set up a free consultation today. Call them at 312-809-5955. They have Saturday appointments as well, and they have offices all over the Chicagoland area. You do not have to drive downtown, that's for sure. And the number to call again is 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955. 5955.
This is a special alert during this window replacement season. Don't get tricked by the cheapest offers and gimmicky ads. Now's the time to see and feel the difference of high-performance windows from Valdecas.
When it's time to consider new windows, siding, and doors for your home, you need to look no further. Sebastian Gorka here to tell you about Valdecas. Valdecas has been the trusted name chosen by thousands of homeowners, and they should be your number one choice too. But what's really behind the name Valdecas? Over 25 years of a team dedicated to providing you with the best customer service experience and products that truly bring value to your home. They are a Pella Platinum Elite Status certified contractor for a reason. They have an A+ rating with the BBB, as well as high ratings and positive reviews on both Google and Houzz. Schedule your free in-house consultation at valdecas.com.
Ask about their exclusive manufacturer warranties and their 10-year workmanship guarantee.
Don't wait. Book today at valdecas.com. For the best in class, it's Valdecas.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Robert Anderson, president of McLaughlin Body Company in the Quad Cities, and a customer of Signature Bank. When our 100-year-old family-owned manufacturing company was looking for a new bank, we found an excellent partner with Signature Bank. Signature Bank understands the challenges with manufacturing in today's highly competitive environment. We recently participated in the New Markets Tax Credit Program, and we're fortunate to have the experts at Signature Bank help us navigate the complexities of this program. With Signature Bank's support, we were able to expand not only our facility, but ultimately our business. If you're looking for a trusted banking partner for your business, look to Chicago's own Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Our latest installment of Sports and Politics. Simone Biles offers sort of an apology to Riley Gaines. And
yeah, who's buying it?
And that NCAA formally becomes a professional sports organization. 6:36.
And Terry Moran out at ABC. Now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 64 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump is warning against protests at Saturday's military parade in Washington, D.C.
The president issued the stern warning while speaking from the Oval Office.
For those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know, this is people that hate our country, but they will be met with very heavy force.
The parade is set to happen as anti-ICE protests have been happening in Los Angeles and other cities. Saturday's parade to honor the Army's 250th birthday is expected to draw hundreds of thousands of attendees. Numerous security measures are being put in place, including 18.5 miles of steel fencing. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Health professionals are warning Americans that they're seeing an increase of rare cancer among younger than expected patients.
Researchers say they're noticing an uptick of cancers of the appendix in patients in both millennials and Gen Xers. Among millennials, cases reported have quadrupled, and for Gen Xers, cases reported have tripled, according to an analysis published in the Annals of Internal Medicine. Data compared from 1975 to 2019 in the U.S. While this type of cancer is still considered to be rare, it's normally detected in patients over the age of 50. I'm Katie Gray.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. And once again, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf.
That shot was money, Lisa. Hey, speaking of, did you ever figure out what to do with your parents' old coin collection?
Not yet. I need a reputable dealer to appraise them. I have no clue what they're worth.
I just finished working on my dad's estate collections. I took it all to Fox Valley Coins. Their customer service was the best. Plus, they're super honest and reputable, but most importantly, experienced. They'll give you the best prices.
Really? They handle estate collections?
Absolutely. Buying, selling, appraising, they do it all. It was quick and simple, and we maintained our privacy. Fox Valley Coins made the whole process easy.
That's exactly what I need. Are they local?
Right in Naperville. They have an easy website to remember. FoxValleyCoins.com.
Perfect. Now let's see if you can return this shot.
Whether buying or selling or just want valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your trusted gold and silver dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. So, what'd you call me over here to see, buddy?
Well, wait till you see the new set of wheels
Whoa, would you look at this garage floor? Wow, buddy, is this epoxy? So smooth and shiny. It looks like a showroom in here. Wow, looks easy to keep nice and clean, too.
Yeah, it is, but...
Man, I've been thinking about getting an epoxy coating. This is a sweet-looking garage floor.
You happen to notice my new Corvette?
Oh, huh. That's cool, too.
Level 10 Coatings, Chicagoland's premier concrete coatings company. We can improve the look of your garage, basement, office, or outdoor space with customized concrete coating solutions. As Chicagoland's only certified Cimarron installer, we're setting industry standards with the most durable flooring solutions at highly competitive prices. Level 10 Coatings uses polyurea and polyaspartic coating, which is stronger than epoxy. Turn your ugly garage floor into a showroom floor. Now, with a spring special, just mention Amy Jacobson to receive $500 off any new project. Visit level10coatings.com.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find it in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 15 minutes. Outbound, about 22 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 19 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 25 minutes. Outbound, 15 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 14 minutes. This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hurry into DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in honey barbecue or buffalo, only at DQ. Happy tastes good, only at participating Dairy Queen locations. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Hazy sun, breezy day, high today up to 92, partly cloudy tonight, low 65. Sunshine, scattered thunderstorms for tomorrow, and the high 80. Variable cloudiness, thunderstorm Friday with a high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. Saturday mornings at 11. Visit healthquestradio.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Sports and politics and sports and politics and sports and politics and intersection. Arrogance and ignorance, arrogance, ignorance, and arrogance and ignorance. Intersection.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy updating our sports and politics from Monday. We talked about Simone Biles, the Olympic gold medalist, gymnast, and Riley Gaines getting into a bit of a war of words online because Riley Gaines tweeted out a response to the announcement of this girls softball team, high school softball team in Minnesota that won the state championship, featuring a boy pretending to be a girl as their star pitcher.
Yeah, and it was a shutout. Yeah.
And when she commented on that, Riley Gaines, Simone Biles weighed in. Riley Gaines, you're truly sick. All of this campaigning because you lost a race. Straight up sore loser. You should be uplifting the trans community and perhaps finding a way to make sports inclusive or creating a new avenue where trans feel safe in sports, maybe a transgender category in all sports. But instead you bully them. One thing's for sure, no one in sports is safe with you around. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point.
Yeah.
And then she went on to say, pick on someone your own size. For you, that would be a man, even though Riley Gaines is...
yeah, she body shamed her too.
5'5". Anyway.
Bully someone your own size, which would ironically be a male.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Anyway, so this has gone back and forth, and a bunch of other professional athletes and celebrities have weighed in on this, including Sage Steele, mentioned the other day. And we mentioned Sage Steele in the Cadet Pledge because of her very impressive father and family. Colonel Gary Steele, who was profiled in a recent NFL Films biography. And I reposted that on X. And, just basically saying what I said on the air about how impressive this is and everybody should see it. This guy, her dad, Sage Steele's dad, is like
amazing.
Just basically his first black player at West Point, black football player, tight end. And the life is basically confronting indecency that was visited upon him, Colonel Steele, with decency and humility. And the family is just wildly impressive, including Sage. Sage responded to me.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you. I'm so blessed to have the parents I have. She thanked me.
Wow.
It's like something. This is what it must have felt like. If to have the pretty girl talk to you in homeroom.
Who, me?
I never had that experience. So now I'm having it in my late 80s. But it's never too late. Now I feel like, oh my gosh,
is she following you too on
the
Twitter?
pretty girl talked to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's nice.
Maybe we can get her on the show.
Yeah, I should try.
Capitalize on that moment, Dan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, Simone Biles has revised and extended her remarks.
Could I just read the first line? I wanted to follow up from my last tweets.
Yeah.
That's how she started.
Yeah. I always believe competitive equity and inclusivity are both essential in sport. Competitive equity and what? I don't know what
somebody
that
else
means.
wrote this for her. The current system doesn't adequately balance these important principles, which often leads to frustration and heated exchanges. And it didn't help for me to get personal with Riley, which I apologize for.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. She goes on.
Well, she said
want her to go
these
on.
are sensitive, complicated issues that I truly don't have the answers or solutions to. But I believe it starts with empathy and respect. Yes, pathological empathy.
I was not advocating for policies that compromise fairness in women's sports. My objection is to be singling out children for public scrutiny in ways that feel personal and harmful. Huh?
Well, it's So I believe sports have a responsibility to come up with the rules, supporting inclusion while maintaining fair competition. Well, but that's the problem is you can't square the circle here. Of course, because she's pathologically empathetic. It's a form of sentimentality, which is the opposite of thinking. And
she's trying to save her career and her endorsements, I think. And she didn't write this. Her publicist did.
No, it sounds. I mean, who knows? I mean, a publicist. I mean, that's somebody more sophisticated than Simone Biles. I doubt it. I mean, it's the kind of drivel that anybody could write.
We all want a future for sport that is fair, inclusive, and respectful. XOXO, Simone, heart emoji.
Our friend Carol Markowitz responded to her. Carol Markowitz, New York Post columnist, responded, "You misspelled I'm sorry, Riley Gaines." She did apologize for getting personal. I mean, I don't,
That butch body, bleach blonde, whatever.
Well, she didn't do that.
I know, but it...
So...
I'm glad she thought it through, but there's, first of all, there's not enough trans athletes to create a trans division. That is never going to happen.
That's not the point. And as I said on Monday, I've said 100 times.
I know.
That's not their point. I'm talking about the trans athletes.
Yeah, they would never.
And so this is what I mean. It's fun. You got to give people room to come over. So if Simone Biles wants to rethink her, initial iconoclastic attitude toward this stuff because she's pathologically empathetic, then okay. But then you've got to press the conversations. You just use these words that don't have no real world implication. You have to make a choice here. And by the way, this other piece that she mentions, because I want to protect the kids. I don't want to see kids bullied or made fun of, and so on and so forth. I mean, several of these young people who are pretending to be a sex other than their biological sex are putting themselves out there. So there's that, but people aren't attacking them, and nobody's holding them out and for ridicule. What we're saying is this needs to be repudiated, and I'm sorry this guy playing girls softball in Minnesota will be, doesn't feel that's right, but it is right, and we're adults. So it's nothing against the boy playing girls softball.
Marissa Rottenberg.
And nobody wants anybody gone after or hurt or anything like that. But we draw lines. As Simone Biles said, competition needs to be fair. Okay, well, here's fair. Boys play with boys and girls play with girls. That's what's fair. Rich in Indian Head Park.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy.
Hey,
how are you?
Good.
Simone Biles, I think, is a hypocrite. She could have did more to keep men out of women's sports by going along with them. Instead, she slapped them in the face by saying she wants men in women's sports. I remember a while back when she made the statement that she was glad that men weren't in women's sports because they would have won all the gold medals. Now, all of a sudden, she's into politics. She should have just stayed out of it and enjoyed all of the accolades that she receives for winning all of the gold medals, instead of trying to trash women.
Thanks for the call, Rich. I don't know if she should have stayed out of it. I mean, I'd rather actually she weigh in on it, and other people do too. I don't. And if they sort of don't afford themselves well in doing so, well, that's the risk of expressing yourself. But this is this line of sophistry that's always used too, which is the sort of, I want people to feel safe, and I want inclusivity, I don't want men to play girls' sports, but then the implication of my position is to open the door to that. And so they want it both ways because they're just sort of just feeling their way through the issue rather than grappling with the real world implications of it. And that's just the typical immaturity of the identitarian, the sentimental leftist, which is sort of redundant. If you're a sentimentalist, you're going to be left no matter what you call yourself. All right. Are you good with that? Or you want to let Simone Biles off the hook now?
No, I don't. I just thought that was she should try this again, a more heartfelt apology, and she's really not committing to the issue. In my mind, she's just trying to get out of a situation, and I don't like it. And I don't like what she said. She can't take it back. Now, maybe she's hormonal because she's pregnant. Maybe she tweeted before she really
now we're using the hormonal thing as the excuse to be, irrational and
yeah, we are.
Personal.
Sometimes it happens.
Brother.
And it's not, again, it's not if, it's when a trans man tries to join the women's Olympic team. It's going to happen. I'm telling you.
All right, I did want to get to this. I got some.
What else you got?
Good news from your ex-boyfriend Jeff Moe.
Oh, is he out of jail?
What?
Well, he's trying to buy a strip club, I guess. In
Sounds
Indianapolis.
Right.
Stop it. And he got in a fight at a council meeting with somebody. So I think he got
in a fist fight at a city council meeting in Indianapolis or
small
town
in
Indianapolis?
Indianapolis.
What? Because
I don't know what happened.
Putting up Jeff, Big Mo's strip joint in Des Moines wasn't going to work. Iowa City.
No, he lives in Indiana. I think I have to give him his Letterman's jacket back at some point in time.
Well,
maybe I'll just mail it to the bar.
Maybe he's if he needs bail money, he might be in line for it. So this settlement that was reached with the NCAA, between the NCAA and this class action lawsuit of all these athletes. Everybody, I guess, can thank Ed O'Bannon. He's the Curt Flood of NCAA sports. The NCAA has agreed to a $2.8 billion settlement with athletes. Schools will be allowed to start paying its athletes July 1. UCLA, a Big Ten school now, is already committed to sharing the highest allowed amount with its student athletes, which is $20.5 million. And that number will increase annually. The AD has already weighed in on this. This is an agreement that will have implications for all 1,100 NCAA member schools, about 500,000 athletes, little under $2.8 billion. So it's just interesting how this came about, because at first it was NIL, right? It's the NIL money, name, image, likeness, and this is this has been a decade-long journey. And then the NIL money and the arms race that it ensued now brings us to this point where basically NCAA sports are just professional sports.
Exactly. I have an update on Jeff Moe. He did allegedly grab a Indianapolis city councilman's neck and slammed him against the wall. His head against the wall. He said he did not. He said, quote, "I grabbed his shirt and shook him." And this was at a meeting about alcoholic beverage board. So he does own a strip club. I don't know the name of it. But this happened back in 2018, so I'm sure he's a different man now. And I don't know if he still owns.
Yeah, well, I think he's. Yeah, it's 2018. You thought the case was pending 7 years later? This was a simple assault case.
Oh, we had COVID.
Yeah.
He was charged with 2 felonies and 2 misdemeanors.
I'm glad he went on to such. You could have been the queen of Indianapolis strip joints. Think about where you could have been if you would have stuck it out with Moe.
I like the Big Mo's, though. I mean, I wonder what the name. I'm going to find out the name of the strip club. What do you think his strip club is called? Big Mo's, right?
I think that's what I would have gone with.
Yeah.
Porky's was taken. Speaking of name, image, likeness. So anyway, Jeff Moe may be in line for a little cash. I don't know if he was a member of this class, but that they're going to pay former players who were barred from the revenue for years. So
I've got the name.
Jeff Moe.
No. Lenny's Gentlemen's Club.
Hmm.
Lenny? Who's Lenny? A horrible name. The best strip club name is a place called Turbulence, which is right next to the Tucson airport. At least it used to be there. Get it? Isn't that a great name for a strip club?
We were trying to talk about paying NCAA athletes, and so now we got onto the strip club. But yeah, Lenny's Gentlemen's Club.
I speak non sequiturs.
Lenny's
That's a horrible name for a strip club.
It doesn't.
But he bought the strip club that was already under that name.
It doesn't sound upscale to me.
It doesn't?
Not that I'm a patron of such establishments, because I'm not.
Google Maps where it's located and see
okay.
what kind of neighborhood this is in.
All right, well, maybe you can deliver the news to Jeff Moe at Lenny's Gentlemen's Club about this windfall he's about to receive.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week, helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility, and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
Do we have more details on Lenny's Gentlemen's Club in Indianapolis?
Well, I Google mapped it and got the street view, and it looks like it's next to a junkyard.
That would be a good name for a strip club. You know, junk.
Junkyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a whole topic on that, but I don't think that's very family-friendly discussions.
What are you talking? It's a gentleman's club. It's for gentlemen. Yeah, I'm sure it's like a scene out of a Bond movie. Lenny's Gentlemen's Club in Indianapolis.
Anybody been there, huh? To know.
Yeah, I don't think you want to disclose that. Spring is here. Time for gatherings with friends, family, and outdoor activities. But how are you going to keep up if testosterone is draining your energy? Low testosterone, that is. The answer is TRT with Synergen X and Low T Center. They might seem convenient, but many online TRT services can be a hassle to get started. You end up spending hundreds of dollars and wasting time. So don't fall for it. Trust the experts at Synergen X and Low T Center. That's who I trust. They've been changing.
We have an update. There was a fatal shooting at Lenny's Strip Club.
Was Jeff Moe? Did Jeff Moe have an alibi? Was it that Indiana City councilman or the alcohol and beverage board guy?
Shortly before 3 a.m., officer. Okay, I'm just going to read through this, and you keep doing your live read. But a 21-year-old man was found dead from a gunshot wound.
Wow, it's tragic.
No one else was hurt in the shooting. The victim was shot by a suspect who remained on the scene. So somebody has been taken into custody. Continue with your live.
All right, great. We'll update you on the 5-year-old Indianapolis police blotter in the 7 o'clock hour. Anyway, back to Low T Center, if I may. Synergen X and Low T Center, changing patients' lives for a combined 25 years. They understand what guys need. They're in person. They make it easy to get started. So start today with a free consultation and free testosterone test. Best thing about it, it's free and fast. They have on-site labs to process your test quickly, and if you qualify, you can start treatment that day. There are locations across Chicagoland, and for guys looking to lose a few pounds, Synergen X and Low T Center make it easy with prescription weight loss medications. They do accept most major health insurance, so you have no excuse. Offer is limited, so go right now to fixmylowt.com to book your appointment. That website, fixmylowt.com. You'll be glad you did.
And one more update. Jeff Moe, after the shooting, told the news outlet, quote, "This is a safe place to visit, is one of the safest bars in the entire state."
It's mostly peaceful.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere, delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
S&C brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Samsung TV Plus, channel 1177.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:07, we'll talk to Scott Wilder from Preborn, talk in studio about the good work that Preborn is doing in Chicagoland to save lives. That's 7:07.
Today it is going to be hot and humid. Of course, some hazy sunshine, high of 90 degrees. And then tomorrow, well, we're going to have clouds and some sunshine, a little bit cooler, a high of 77. It is now 7 a.m. WIND Chicago.
It was a quieter, calmer night in Los Angeles. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, with an overnight curfew still in effect for another hour, imposed by Mayor Karen Bass.
To stop the vandalism, to stop the looting.
After days of destructive demonstrations against illegal immigration raids, Fox's Jonathan Hunt's in downtown L.A.
It was here, in fact, yesterday afternoon that it all kicked off once again as police began to push back protesters who gathered outside this federal building. Those protesters began throwing fireworks again at the police. They pushed them back further and further away from this building. That was the point at which Mayor Bass decided she had to instigate a curfew.
Now, today, some of the Marines President Trump deployed will arrive in L.A., joining the National Guard to protect federal buildings and agents.
What you're witnessing in California is a full-blown assault on peace, on public order.
But California Governor Gavin Newsom says the president is putting democracy at risk, and
he's calling for a sitting governor to be arrested for no other reason than to, in his own words, for getting elected.
A Trump-backed Republican has won the GOP primary for governor in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli.
New Jersey is broken, and when something I love is broken, I'm determined to fix it.
His opponent, Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, who won the Democratic primary.
A state like this is not going to be led by a Trump lackey like Jack Ciattarelli.
Well, the feud that got ugly between President Trump and Elon Musk may be cooling off. Musk, who had led the DOGE effort to cut federal spending, posted on X early this morning that he regrets some of the posts last week about the president, writing they went too far. One of them claimed, without him, Trump would have lost the election. Now, on Monday, President Trump said he wishes Musk very well. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 67 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Protests against the Trump administration's immigration raids are growing in Chicago. Thousands marched through the city streets yesterday, holding a rally in downtown. Multiple demonstrators were arrested as some officers in riot gear were deployed. Protesters blocked traffic, including Lakeshore Drive. Also, the CTA temporarily suspended bus service in the Loop. Similar anti-ICE protests were held in major cities across the country. There's no word of any serious injuries after a car drove through a crowd of protesters in the Loop. A maroon vehicle was captured on video last night, barreling down the street as anti-ICE protesters marched at Monroe Street and Wabash. Fire officials say no one was sent to the hospital after the incident, but at least one woman was seen being helped up after falling to the ground. It's not known what happened to the driver after they sped off. 3 men are accused of conducting an underage grooming operations in Downers Grove. Devontae Robinson, Nicholas Flesher, and Cameron Conter were charged with felony counts of traveling to meet a minor, grooming, and solicitation to meet a child. Authorities say defendants traveled to a Downers Grove hotel to engage in sexual activity with a minor after answering an ad posted by police. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I won't sugarcoat it. Crime in Illinois is rampant. Every day we hear about home invasions, armed robberies, carjackings. It's terrifying. That's why I turned to Goldilocks for my home security. My family and I feel so much safer. They showed me what intruders look for and installed a state-of-the-art smart security system. They offer HD cameras, motion sensors, smart locks, and real-time mobile alerts. I check mine all the time. So whether I'm home or not, I know who's at my door and who shouldn't be. Goldilocks also secures businesses of all sizes. They have security doors, keyless entry, 24/7 monitoring. Trust me, you'll never regret being prepared, but you may regret doing nothing. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call Goldilocks today, 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600, or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/policy. That's ethos.com/policy.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, about 16 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, 31 minutes. Outbound, about 40 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 36 minutes. Outbound, 23 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 36 minutes. Outbound, about 23 minutes. Traffic is a service of Goldilocks, offering Chicagoland's state-of-the-art smart security systems to protect your home or business. AM 560 listeners receive 3 months of monitoring free with new installs. Get peace of mind by calling Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. Again, that's 708-889-5600. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Hazy sun, breezy day, high today 92. Partly cloudy for tonight, low 65. Periods of sun for tomorrow, scattered thunderstorms throughout, high near 80. Variable cloudiness, a thunderstorm on Friday with a high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. As those who listen to the show know, we're doing this campaign with Preborn, and our goal is to raise $6,000 to help Preborn help women make the choice of life for their unborn children. A one-time donation of $140 provides a free ultrasound for 5 women and their babies. And as we've talked about quite a bit, a woman getting an ultrasound is the most effective way to bring home the reality of the life inside her, and for her to make the proper choice of bringing that baby to term. $140 free ultrasound for 5 women. If you want to make a donation to support our campaign with Preborn, you go to 560theanswer.com/preborn, and we want to get to $6,000, which would represent 43 babies, or do better than that, and then we'll do better than that number. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined in studio by Scott Wilder, who's the spokesman for Preborn.
Yes, yes.
And you're clapping for yourself.
No, for you guys.
Okay.
Not for me.
Please.
For the opportunity,
Yes.
not for me. No.
I mean, we've talked about Preborn quite a bit, but to refresh recollections and for those who have not heard, the background on Preborn and what you guys do in addition to providing ultrasounds.
It's been around for almost 20 years with a very simple thing: provide free pregnancy tests and free ultrasounds for girls and women so they might know the truth. More than 83% of the time, once you provide that ultrasound, they choose life. You know, it's not just it's not the end. I mean, that's actually the beginning. A lot of times the other side says of us, "You guys don't really care." I mean, not really. You want them to make this choice, and after that, you don't really care about the baby or the mom. It's not true.
Right.
It's never been true. It's the beginning of a 2-year-long mentorship that includes things like free maternity clothes, baby clothes, diapers, strollers, cribs, formula, parenting classes, counseling, on and on. It goes, and it all begins with the ultrasound. And one other thing, 100% of what you give today goes directly to providing ultrasounds. We separately fundraise for administrative and overhead. So as we did last year, we came to you and said 100% goes directly to providing ultrasounds. Same thing today. And by the way, a thank you for what we did last year. You know, there are babies alive today because of what we did together last year. They just celebrated their first Mother's Day.
Oh.
And for every baby that is saved, there is a mom who is also saved. So every $140 can provide 5 ultrasounds. $280 provides 10, saving 10 babies. Here we are at AM 560, so 560 would provide 20 ultrasounds, saving 20 babies. So we're doing it again. We have a couple of days, really just today here, to save about 100 babies. That'd be $2,800 total, but anything's going to make a difference. And just one other thing, a $15,000 one-time gift. I know it's not, I could never do it, but last year we placed 2 a week, 105 ultrasound machines. And a $15,000 one-time gift can provide an ultrasound machine. So somebody somewhere is doing that. And so maybe that would be you, your business or whatever you want to do. But for the rest of us, even $28 a month can save a baby a month for less than $1 a day.
Do you deal with fathers too? I mean, are some fathers involved with this?
Absolutely.
And tell us what it's like.
To tell you a quick story.
Yeah.
Young couple, 16 years old, so high school sophomores, on their way to get an abortion, unmarried. She brings him, the father of the baby, with her to a preborn center. She had heard that we provided free ultrasounds, and so she said, look, it's free, won't cost anything, and it won't take long, and we'll keep the appointment. He came in with her, ball cap on, head down, cell phone out, his back to the machine, really wanted nothing to do with it, just sort of appeasing her until they can take care of the problem. She sees her baby on the screen, eyes filled with tears. She's motioning at him, come look at this. It's amazing. Never looks up. Never breaks stride with his phone. But then the sonographer puts the Doppler on the young woman's belly.
Mm-hmm.
And he hears the sound of the baby's heartbeat again, 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 again. He puts his cell phone down and just stands up and says, that's a baby. Those kinds of changes take place all the time. So if you want to be a part of it today, we give you a chance to do it, to Stand for Life. I'm sure you know, there, as you've talked about before, there's a war on the unborn. And if we don't do this, it won't be done. I mean, the other side will join us in a bunch of humanitarian things, building cinder block houses and feeding the hungry and purifying water and digging wells and all those things. But when it comes to this, we're on our own.
Well, the reality, I mean, bringing home the reality of the life, that's what the ultrasound does. And then that other piece that you mentioned is so important because, and why the ultrasounds are so effective is, you said 83% success rate in terms of women choosing life. But that other piece, okay, so now I can't, it's not an abstraction. I can't pretend it's not life, but I'm still afraid, or I still need X, Y, and Z to believe that I can really do this, and that other piece of it closes the deal.
It does. It's the most holistic approach to life I've ever been a part of, and I've been pro-life. Look, I'm a Dallas native. Roe versus Wade. Roe and Wade. Wade was Henry Wade, our district attorney.
Right.
That whole thing took place at the Ruth Street Women's Clinic, which I know as a junior hire. I know exactly where that place is. So my whole life, I've been a part of this side of this issue. But I've never seen anything that is as effective as this and is hands-off. You don't have to convince anybody of anything. You provide the truth for free at the time she needs it the most. And, the other side, to say they're disingenuous is a nice thing to say. They're liars. They do not stand for women. You cannot be pro-woman and not want women to have the truth as they make this decision. So even if you're not pro-life, everybody should want women to have the truth as they make this decision. Then let it all fall the way it falls.
So how do you reach the women that are pregnant? I mean, do you stand in front of Planned Parenthood with a sign like, come with me, Tootsie?
In the olden times, yeah. But, there's geofencing and all kinds of things that are
I love geofencing.
Well, it's all the stuff that's going on with our phones and different trackings and all kinds of things. So, for example, when a girl types in pregnancy crisis help, one of the first things that pops up is a local preborn center that is close to her and say, would you like more information? Would you like a free pregnancy test? Would you like a free ultrasound?
Well, and after 20 years of doing this, you have word of mouth, too. You have all these ambassadors out there for preborn who are the moms, right?
So, it's pro-mom, it's pro-baby, it is pro-life. We're not embarrassed of it. The other side, they are loud and proud. They're wrong, but they're loud, man. Now, we don't have to be loud in a rude sense, but we should not be embarrassed or ashamed of standing for the truth about life. So The whole world, influencers, stars, celebrities, everybody's pushing. The media, the money, everything's pushing in the other direction. And we have the chance just to stand for life today and provide an ultrasound. Just give her the truth. Be a friend. Be a friend to a girl today, what she needs the most today. A girl who's found out the last month or a couple of weeks that she's pregnant. She's going to make a decision in the next month about what to do. And whatever decision she makes, that will be her memory for this time of year, for the rest of her life. For Mother's Day, we just came out of Mother's Day. You imagine next year at Mother's Day, the memory she will have. She will have a memory about what she chose to do. And we just want her to have the truth. That's it. It's not even low pressure. It's no pressure. Give the truth today.
Well, and in the era of the Dobbs decision now, obviously you have some states that are more interested in promoting the truth and promoting life as the loving option here. But Illinois isn't one of them. Correct. And so this is, a way to be a little bit countercultural when it comes to Illinois and to be able to do something that's impactful, even if we can't do something that's impactful politically in the immediacy.
Well, for a long time we waited for the right president at the right time with the right Congress and the right court, the right mood to do the right thing. And look where we are today. Look where Illinois is today.
Right.
I mean, and honestly, it's almost like abortion trafficking. You have girls and women in Indiana say, "Hey, no worries, man. Come over here."
Oh, we promote it.
Well, I was going to say,
we'll pay
Gavin,
for your hotel. We'll pay for your transportation. But it's our tax dollars that are paying for it.
Gavin Newsom bought billboard space in Texas, and the billboards read, of course, we're a very conservative state on this issue. The billboards read, "Having trouble getting an abortion here? Come to California."
Yeah, it is almost.
He put up a billboard?
Billboards.
They call it tourism. I think I like trafficking better.
It's like they have destination weddings.
I know.
Destination.
No,
our abortions are 40% here in Illinois.
Yeah, for Illinois, I mean, because we are surrounded by more sensible states like Iowa and Missouri and Indiana, and even to some extent Wisconsin to some extent. But I mean, it's just really interesting to think about the approach that's taken, because here, I mean, it is so grotesque that it is seen as like an industry.
Sure it is.
Yeah, I mean, we joke about this all the time. It's a mob economy. It's death, drugs, gambling. These are our cottage
Assisted
industries
suicide.
in Illinois now. Yeah.
But today, if you want to be a part of it, all you have to do is go to the phone. It's an easy phone number to remember. It's 833-850-BABY. 833-850-2229. 833-850-BABY. Or go to the website. You just go to
560theanswer.com/preborn. We're asking for a one-time donation of $140.
Sure.
And that'll provide a free ultrasound for 5 women and their babies, but any donation would be much appreciated.
Would, absolutely. And there's nothing magical about 28. 28's good. A lot of people decided really to do the $28 a month because you hardly know it's gone. I mean, it's less than $1 a day. And every single month you save a baby. If you do it that way, that's great. Or sometimes I got it now, I want to give it now.
Yeah.
So a couple $100, that's great.
How did you
more.
get involved in this?
As I said, I've been pro-life my whole life, really, my whole adult life. But I was really frustrated with a lot of the things that I saw. I think there's a place for all the different things, but I was never a person to stand on a street corner with a bullhorn and sort of seemingly harass people into don't you know what you're doing sort of thing. I was never like that. But I always felt like the truth is powerful if it can be heard. If you just give the truth, it's going to make a difference. The truth can beat a lie, but not if it isn't heard. And this, I guess we became aware of it about 10 years ago. 10 years into Preborn, I became aware of what Preborn was doing. And just made the phone call and said, we want to help any way we can. And I come from a long radio background. And so if we can help tell this story, if we can help you by going on the radio, we want to do it. We're pro-life. We're unashamedly pro-life. The world loves to beat us down and make us embarrassed of the positions that we hold. And I'm not embarrassed. I am pro-life. I'm pro-woman. In my case, I'm pro-gospel. And so that's where I come from. That's my motivation. And so we want to do it today. We want as many people to join us as possible. We have just today here to save about 100 babies with $2,800. We do more than that. That'd be great. But really, any amount's going to make a difference. And I like to say, let's draw the circle big. Yeah. I mean, everybody do something. No matter what you do. It's not about how much. It's about how many. We'll say, you know what? I'm going to be heard, not just in word, but in deed. I'm pro-life, and I'm going to make a difference today. When you go to bed tonight, you're going to know you saved a baby when you provide an ultrasound with preborn today.
And the focus is on ultrasounds, but as you heard from Scott, preborn's approach is holistic, which I really like too, and I do like the sort of horse-to-water approach as well. $140 provides a free ultrasound for 5 women and their babies. The goal that we have here is $6,000, which would represent 43 babies saved. To make a donation of $140 or $15,000 if you want to provide an ultrasound machine, any amount, as Scott said, go to 560theanswer.com/preborn, 560theanswer.com/preborn. The phone number again is
833-850-2229.
Or baby.
Oh, yeah.
So
833-850-BABY.
850-BABY.
That's right.
And he is Scott Wilder, spokesman for Preborn. Scott, thanks so much for joining us.
Great pleasure. You guys are the best.
Thank you.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Perhaps you're a collector, or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions with their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions. They have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
All right, as you know, you hear here every day, crime in Illinois out of control, especially violent crime. And it isn't just Chicago. Armed break-ins, home invasions are moving throughout the suburbs, and criminals are looking for easy targets, and they're getting more coordinated and bolder, even entering homes sometimes with families inside. They watch you first, they see your routine, and when they decide to make their move, there's no warning. So Goldilocks' state-of-the-art smart home security system doesn't just record crime, it prevents it. I have chosen Goldilocks for my home security to give myself and my family members peace of mind. With Goldilocks real-time monitoring, the police are notified immediately, and every second counts as someone breaks into your home. Goldilocks has given, again, my family much-needed peace of mind, and they also offer commercial security systems for any size business. Goldilocks has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews and has served Chicagoland since 1981. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and voila, Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call them today, 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Again, 708-889-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the retirement tax bill calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at MVPCFP.com. That's MVPCFP.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to MVPCFP.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
Everybody seems to be more health conscious these days, worrying about their weight, what they eat, what they put into their bodies. And if you're in pain, taking pills to mask the pain is not the answer. Hi, Amy Jacobson here. Please listen up. There is hope to end your chronic pain due to arthritis or an injury, and that's QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is different. These are not quick fixes. This is a revolutionary treatment that works to give your body long-term relief. You will meet Medical Director Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team. They'll explain how their regenerative treatments take your own body's healing power and helps restore damaged tissue. So say goodbye to chronic pain and live your best life. Find out if you're a candidate. The consultation is free with appointments on weekdays and Saturdays. Contact my good friends at QC Kinetics. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy and Minnesota State Legislator Kaylee Vang Her seems confused about whether or not she's a United States citizen. You would think you'd have a handle on that. This is what she said on the House floor in Minnesota.
Because his mother had died. My father, as the one processing the paperwork, put my grandmother down as his mother. And so I am illegal in this country. My parents are illegal here in this country.
Idiot. I mean, everyone's trying to be a victim, so she's claiming she's here. I'm an illegal too.
She later clarified that she is in fact not illegal.
Oh, really? Because were they going to take her away?
She and her parents are U.S. citizens. She is a refugee from Laos who moved to the United States when she was 3. Her parents took their U.S. citizenship test, and her became a citizen as a minor when she was in middle school. She subsequently said, after saying that on the House floor, technically, I guess her father broke the law when he filled out the paperwork for the family, mother or wife listed as mother, or mother listed as wife, whatever she said. To expedite the process to the U.S., but they would have come anyway, and then they otherwise went through the legal channels to become citizens. Yeah. So
Lutheran Church sponsored a lot of Hmong to come in, so I bet that was part of.
That's uninteresting. What's interesting is the conflation from the identitarian left, from these neo-Marxists, of people of legal immigrants, people who came here legally and went through the process, and the open borders, unvetted chaos that punctuated the Biden years and that they are trying to sustain, including by rallying and mostly peacefully committing mostly nonviolent violence in defense of people who pose public safety threats. So they are becoming public safety threats to defend people here illegally who are public safety threats. And this is somehow supposed to be persuasive or allow them to occupy some moral high ground in their own minds. It is really the most perverted kind of thinking there is, and that's
your Democratic Party.
Well, and including at the state level, and we're going to see it on display tomorrow when Jelly Belly testifies before the House Oversight Committee.
I can't wait. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we'll talk tariffs and the BBB with Stephen Moore, 7:37.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 67 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. U.S. and Chinese officials have apparently reached a trade deal in China.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told reporters after Tuesday's meeting that the two sides had reached a framework to implement a Geneva trade agreement following last week's phone conversation between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. The negotiators will now head back to their countries to seek approval from their leaders. Lutnick suggested that under the agreement, restrictions on sales of advanced technology to China could be rolled back if Beijing approves rare earth exports. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A federal judge is not granting California Governor Gavin Newsom's request for a temporary restraining order against the Trump administration.
U.S. District Judge Charles R. Breyer instead scheduled a hearing on the matter for Thursday. The order would have blocked President Trump's deployment of thousands of federalized National Guard troops and hundreds of U.S. Marines to Los Angeles amid violent anti-ICE protests. Governor Gavin Newsom and local law enforcement officials did not consent to calling in the troops. Meanwhile, Los Angeles City Attorney Heidi Feldstein Soto says she is exploring legal options to remove the troops from the city. I'm Daniel Martindale.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Hugh Hewitt explains what the bill will do for America.
And the One Big Beautiful Bill Act extends the Trump tax cuts of 2017, makes them better, deeper, wider, stronger, more growth-oriented. So we want that to get through the Senate so we can have a growth economy.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer. It's almost time once again for the annual AM 560 golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. And this year, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to help them support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. This year, our golf outing is happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. When you purchase a foursome to join us, you'll enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. And if you're a business owner, when you purchase a foursome, you'll also receive an AM 560 marketing campaign, which includes 25 one-minute commercials to air on AM 560 Monday through Friday between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m., and a free digital marketing analysis. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf. That's 560theanswer.com/golf. Sponsored in part by Trump International Hotel and Tower Chicago, Suburban Welding and Steel, and by Monarch Technical Recruiting Services.
If you're getting divorced, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Marcy, 38, homemaker, no income, with 3 kids under 10, recently filed for divorce. Marcy's soon-to-be ex needed the equity out of their marital home to purchase a new home, so Marcy called Team Hochberg after being told by other lenders she couldn't refinance until the divorce was final. Wrong. I helped Marcy refinance with her parents co-signing because she didn't have a job and wasn't receiving child or spousal support. Let's review. Marcy needed to refinance her soon-to-be ex off the mortgage and give him half the home's equity to buy a home, and was told it couldn't be done. And I helped Marcy refinance. If you're getting divorced and want mortgage advice from a lender who can empathize with your situation, give us a call now at 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center. The Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Outbound, 14 minutes. On the Kennedy, inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 28 minutes. Outbound is 56 minutes. You've got 2 lanes blocked. This is due to a crash right around Augusta. You're going to be slow back to the Burn Interchange. And on the Eisenhower, inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 39 minutes. Outbound, 22 minutes. On the Stevenson, inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 35 minutes. On the outbound side, about 24 minutes. This report is sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless. Straight Talk might not be on your shopping list, but it should be. Next time you're grabbing some milk off the shelf at your local Walmart, Stop by the Straight Talk aisle and switch to Real Unlimited Data. It's quick and convenient. It won't even take up room in your cart. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Hazy sun, breezy day. High today up to 92. Partly cloudy tonight, low 65. Sunshine, scattered thunderstorms for tomorrow and the high 80. Variable cloudiness, thunderstorm Friday with a high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. I mean, I don't want to beat the drum, but I'm going to beat the drum a little bit.
Okay.
I don't want to do it. It's much like Judge Schmales didn't want to send young men to the gas chamber. Didn't want to do it, but he felt he owed it to them. And that's the way I feel about this when it comes to tariffs. The Commerce Department says Canada sold $7.8 billion in steel to the U.S. in 2024, making it the largest single supplier of steel to the U.S. They were ripping us off? Oh, but that same year, Canada imported $5.36 billion in steel from the U.S.
Oh.
See, and I don't know a lot about the steel industry, but I can read about it. Canada specializes in flat-rolled steel products used by U.S. manufacturers in things like automobiles, trucks, containers, construction, capital machinery. In particular, U.S. customers demand Canadian thin-gauge steel sheet for such applications as carports and garage doors. This thin-gauge material doesn't offer the same profit margin as the heavier-gauge steel, so the U.S. hasn't been interested in producing it. Oh, comparative advantage, you mean. Interesting. And from the steel tariffs under Trump 1.0, in 2020, researchers at Harvard and the University of California, Davis found roughly 1,000 new jobs in the production of new steel 20 months after the 2018 tariffs, but around 75,000 fewer manufacturing jobs attributable to the tariffs by mid the next year. Even, by the way, United Steelworkers Union, while they're supportive of the Nippon takeover of U.S. Steel, and they should be, and so should, and the Trump administration is, as it should be. The United Steelworkers president released a statement back in April asking for a reverse on the 25% tariffs on imports from Canada because he believed them to be harmful to workers on both sides of the border. Steelworkers, the sort of blue-collar Trump voters that put him back in the White House. So I'm just saying, as the litigation continues and as do the trade negotiations, remember how precarious this is if it doesn't go well. Stephen Moore is an economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again, co-authored with Art Laffer. He joins us now. Steve, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. It's those damn Canadian steel workers. They're the problem.
Yeah, right. So you know, where do things stand? You've got some inside juice there. Where do things stand not, with both the ongoing negotiations over the BBB as well as over trade policy?
Well, let me start with steel tariffs because that's the easy one. That's a layup. And look, I'm a Trump guy, as you guys know, but steel tariffs make absolutely no sense whatsoever. They actually cost jobs. They don't save them. And the evidence is crystal clear on this. We learned this from the first round of tariffs on steel and aluminum. And by the way, aluminum tariffs don't make much sense either, Amy. And so what happens is, you know, steel and aluminum are critical for almost all of our manufacturing industries, all our construction companies. When you put an import tariff on the steel and the aluminum, that makes the cost of building a car or building a house or, you know, all the other kind of manufacturing jobs that we have in this country, running a factory, those costs go up. And that makes American manufacturing less competitive relative to all the other countries in the world. So what we found in the first round of these tariffs was we saved by about 2,000 steel jobs, but we lost about 10 times more jobs in other manufacturing industries. So it doesn't even if you are in favor of tariffs, these tariffs make no sense.
So you believe tariffs on steel have weakened the U.S. manufacturing sector?
Oh, no doubt about it. There's no question about it. And you just have some of these people run I just spoke to the foundry people yesterday at a conference yesterday. They go, well, these tariffs are killing us. How can Ford make a car in the United States with steel and aluminum that's more expensive than when the Japanese build a car? It just makes our products less competitive. So it's not, if you're going to have a tariff, and listen, I'm not a tariff guy, but if you're going to have a tariff, just put a 10% tariff on everything. Just across the board. Don't pick winners or losers. Just make it a revenue tariff, and then just lower other taxes as an offset. But the idea of picking winners and losers, we're going to give a tariff protection for this company, that company, then it just becomes a free for all, and everybody starts lobbying for more and more tariffs, and the whole thing gets completely out of hand.
Well, so the key to making sense of all this is to get actual deals in place. So where is the administration, the whole team, Greer and Bessent, where are they with negotiating a new USMCA for North America and so forth?
I'm not exactly sure about that. We get good news out of the White House. They keep reporting, we're getting close with these deals, but I don't know how close they really are. And, the tough one is, how do you get a deal with China? How do you even, China is the one country I'm in favor of putting some tariffs on China, because I think they lie and they cheat and they steal, and I think they're a dangerous country. What I don't understand about this strategy, Dan and Amy, is why it is that we pick fights with our friends. Mexico and Canada are friendly nations last time I checked. And, it was the Ronald Reagan vision that the entire North American continent could be just one big free trade zone. And it worked pretty well for the country and for the whole region. So I can't tell you where they are, but I'll have to tell you this, though, that I think the economy has really improved a lot in the last 2 months. Remember 2 months ago, I was standing on the ledge ready to jump off. The stock market had crashed. The economy had been, just on a swan dive. And all of a sudden now things look a lot better. And I think it's because there's a lot more confidence in the business community that these trade deals will get done. And hopefully the sooner the better.
And there's a lot of confidence in the business community that the BBB and the extension of the tax cuts is going to get done.
Yeah. Now, hey, by the way, do you guys in the Chicago area or in Illinois have any of these so-called SALT Republicans? You know what I'm talking about? These are the because Illinois is one of the highest tax states. Congratulations. And Chicago is one of the highest tax areas in the country. So we have a big problem that there are 6 or 7 or 8 Republicans in, New York, in Long Island and New Jersey, and I think there's 1 or 2 in the Chicago area. Say, wait, we can't vote for this bill because we need the state and local tax deduction to come back.
Well, we don't have any Republicans in Chicagoland, there's no SALT Republicans or even Republicans here.
Yeah, at least New York and New Jersey have a few Republicans. You're a one-party state. I keep forgetting about that. But
Go on.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just saying there's some good news this morning. General Motors is moving their Chevrolet Equinox and the Blazer production lines, one to Kansas and the other one to Tennessee from Mexico. So that's good, right?
Yeah, it is good. Yeah, no, look, I'm all in favor of bringing jobs to America. It's a great thing. Incidentally, one of the things that would inhibit bringing these jobs back to America, I don't know if you guys saw that. Do you know, Dan and Amy, do you know who Josh Hawley is, the Republican from?
Yes, we're familiar.
Yeah. He wants a $15 an hour minimum wage, a Republican. That's gonna do so much damage to the economy. Look, I'm for workers getting the highest wage they can, but minimum wage destroys jobs, especially for younger people, for starter jobs. I mean, why in the world would Republicans be in favor of raising the minimum? By the way, what's your minimum wage there in
15
Chicago area?
15.
15. Yeah. How is a kid going to get a summer job? Who's going to pay 16-year-old $15 an hour.
They all work for the city.
The Park District, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I mean, so getting back to the BBB here. Yeah,
sorry.
Well, you have these big government Republicans. I mean, Hawley too. I don't know if he's playing this populist game because he thinks it's a path somewhere,
right.
but he's also opposed to the work requirement in Medicaid. I mean, I don't know what's going on with that guy exactly, but so where is this at? I know we've got the SALT Republicans in the House and we've got big spenders in the Senate, but both Thune and Mike Johnson have expressed confidence.
It's going to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to get the job. We're going to get the bill done. I'd put the odds at 85 to 90%. You know why? Because it has to get done, because failure is not an option. I mean, if the Republicans don't pass this bill, they're going to get wiped out in the next election. So, there's no greater motivation than self-survival. And so they understand they have to get this done to get reelected. And so it'll get done. There are a bunch of issues that still need to be sorted out. May I say something about something you just brought up, Dan, which is the work requirements? I just wrote a piece this morning before I came on your show, just looking at all the quotes from people like Bill Clinton and Al Gore, and even who's the Senate Majority Leader from New York?
Schumer.
Our friend Schumer. They were all in the 90s. Remember? Oh yeah, everybody should have to work for their welfare benefits and blah blah blah. And we did that under Bill Clinton and a Republican Congress. Even the Brookings Institute, which by the way is a pretty liberal think tank, I think you'd read that. They even said, hey, that really worked out pretty well. 75% of the people got off of welfare, got into work. They got paychecks. Their incomes went up. It was a huge success, and we just basically said if you're able-bodied, you're going to have to get a job. There are 7 million job openings in America today, 7 million job openings. Yeah, I mean, don't you guys think it makes sense to say if you're going to get free health care, free food, free checks from the government, you got to be working? Is that mean? Schumer called it the Everybody's Going to Die Act.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean,
he did.
Well, but that's what they say about everything, and that's the thing that's so frustrating, especially about somebody who presents as a conservative like Hawley. You're just so lazy. You can't make the argument. You can't make an argument like you just made, a simple argument like that. You're just too lazy, and you don't want to have to go through the fights with it and the demagoguery from the other side. So you just capitulate. That's what's frustrating.
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, look, the Republican Party is coming. There's a fight within the party between what's called have you heard of this group called the National Conservatives, National Conservatism, which is just basically big government Republicans who want, higher minimum wages. They don't want trade. They don't want immigration. They want to get rid of right to work laws in the states because everybody has to join a union. So the Republican Party has got a big fight coming between and unfortunately, J.D. Vance, who's our vice president, is in favor of a lot of these policies.
Real quick, I stand corrected. Chicago's minimum wage is going to be $16.60 starting July 1st. So it's going up nice.
Amy's in line for a raise. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Dan. Hey, I wanted
to. That's double, by the way. The federal minimum wage was like $7.50. So congratulations, Chicago. You priced all your unskilled workers out of jobs.
We're national leaders. We're national leaders here in Illinois.
Stephen Moore, real quick, do you have any inside information about the alleged fight between Elon Musk and Scott Bassett?
Yeah, what happened is that they both wanted to be the alpha male. Yeah, and you can only have one alpha male. This was the most predictable brawl ever, And I, by the way, I used to see them, having dinner together at Mar-a-Lago, and they'd be talking, and I'm like, this, I don't see this lasting very long.
Well, did he give him the black eye? How did Elon Musk get the black eye?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but I do know this: that at some point they will kiss and make up. But a lot of this is just theatrics, I think. I mean, look, Elon Musk.
He already walked it back. He already walked it back, saying I said some of I said some things I shouldn't have said last week and stuff. Yeah. And he's reposting all of Trump's statements about the L.A. riots and so forth. I mean, this is a tempest in a teapot.
Yeah, well, what it shows, though, is that, when you come to Washington, no good deed goes unpunished. And how dare you go after the bureaucracy and the waste and the fraud in our city?
Well, he saw how the sausage was made.
Yeah. Well, it's so great. I mean, first the left loved, Elon Musk.
Then he went to Washington. Then they hated Elon Musk, and then he had the big brawl with Trump, and now they love him again. Everybody's buying Teslas again. Go figure.
Steve Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again. Steve, thanks as always.
Okay, guys. Have a great week. Take care.
You too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer. Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Perhaps you're a collector, or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions. With their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions, they have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
Your home or business has storm damage and you have an insurance claim.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters. Today, insurance companies are notorious for offering way too little money to repair damage to your home or commercial building due to wind, hail, tornado, floods, or fire. Crosscom works for you, not the insurance company. As licensed adjusters, Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. After they get you the fair insurance company result, Crosscom can start doing your repairs. Crosscom is a full construction and restoration company that will get your property back to its pre-loss condition, getting your life back to normal. Roof, siding, windows, doors, fire restoration, Crosscom does it all.
Call Crosscom.
Licensed in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. We share your conservative and Christian values. Let us handle everything. It all starts with a call.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
The Lutheran Life Communities Foundation supports spiritual care at our 4 retirement communities. Our full-time chaplains provide Christian support as older people journey through the aging process. Through assisted living, memory care, nursing, and rehab, our chaplains walk the path with your loved ones. Please support our 130-year mission with your offering today. Visit LutheranLifeCommunities.org today. That's LutheranLifeCommunities.org. Find out how you can help.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Your business is under attack 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a fact. Small businesses are the low-hanging fruit. You may think you're protected, but you're vulnerable in many ways, and cyber attackers actively prey on small businesses. But Turnkey can protect you. Turnkey is the key to cyber protection. Turnkey has a quick and efficient 12-point evaluation to determine if your business, your profits, are at risk. And right now, for a limited time, Turnkey is offering the first month of service to all new customers free. Peace of mind, free. It includes all Microsoft licensing, antivirus, anti-malware, and completed data backup both on-site and off-site, plus help desk support. Don't leave you, your employees, and your customers vulnerable. Talk to Turnkey. Visit turnkey.pro. 3 decades of experience. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey, the champion of small business.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, they're dedicated to making smiles great again. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get a beautiful dental implant supported smile. Check if you qualify right now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
For some breaking news, we were just talking about it with Steve Moore. Trump says China trade tariff deal is done.
Really?
Waits his and Xi's approval. That's really interesting. All right, we'll have more on that. That theme music obviously is not for that. That's
it's MacGyver.
It's to update you on people you don't care about quickly who are in the news. LaMonica MacGyver, the New Jersey congresswoman, she's been indicted.
Oh, okay.
Other person in the news you don't care about, Terry Moran.
Yeah, Terry Moran, they fired him yesterday for the social media post that he did late night on a Saturday, probably after a few beverages.
And for those of you who don't know who he is, ABC News.
It's ABC News. He interviewed Trump. He's a Mimbo. I mean, that's not, that's
he was at the end
his
of his
loss, his firing is not going to affect any journalistic integrity from ABC News.
Because they have none. He was at the end of his contract, so they're not renewing him, freeing him up to team with Fredo Cuomo over at News Nation, probably.
I think that's where I don't even think News Nation would take him. There's no way, especially the comments he made about Trump's advisor Stephen Miller. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
That's the end of updating you on people in the news you don't care about. But so glad we hit those markers. At 8:08, we're going to talk to Tom McDonough, director of the National Golf Series for Tunnel to Towers, previewing our outing to benefit Tunnel to Towers next week.
And we'll tell you how to sign up. There are still openings for our annual golf outing, which takes place a week from today. It's now 8 a.m. WIND Chicago.
The curfew is just ending in downtown Los Angeles for today. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, put in place by Mayor Karen Bass.
I have declared a local emergency.
After days of protests over illegal immigration raids that led to vandalism and looting and clashes with law enforcement.
As that curfew began, hundreds of protesters once again tried to shut down the 101 freeway, which is the main artery running right through the heart of downtown Los Angeles. Police again moved in after the protesters cut through fences to get on to the 101. They started rounding them up. As we understand it, something like 67 arrests were made in all.
Some of that's Fox's Jonathan Hunt downtown. Some of the Marines being deployed to L.A. will arrive today to join National Guard troops. President Trump posted on Truth Social, if he didn't send them, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground right now. Attorney General Pam Bondi just told Fox.
President Trump is going to make America safe again. We're going to protect Americans, and that includes Californians. If Gavin Newsom isn't going to protect them, we are.
But California's Democratic governor, who's challenged the federal deployment in court, says the president is putting democracy at risk, and
he's ordering our American heroes, the United States military, and forcing them to put on a vulgar display to celebrate his birthday, just as other failed dictators have done in the past.
Referencing Saturday's military parade in Washington to celebrate the Army's 250th birthday, the same day the president celebrates his 79th. Now to another Trump post on Truth Social. He wrote, our deal with China is done. subject to the approval of he and China's leader following 2 days of talks in London. The president says the U.S. will have 55% tariffs on Chinese imports. China's tariff on American goods would be 10%, following an appeals court ruling that allows the Trump tariffs to stay in place. We just got an inflation update. The consumer price index rose just 0.1% last month from April. The annual rate of inflation rose slightly to 2.4%. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 70 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. A former Chicago area doctor is going to prison for 10 years on health fraud charges. Perry Williams reports.
Dr. Mona Ghosh, who had a practice in suburban Hoffman Estates, was sentenced yesterday in federal court. She convinced patients, who were mostly women of color, to have surgeries that were not needed. Some procedures led to infertility.
Not just to me, but to everyone else that she took that right away from. I wasn't done having kids, and she took it from me.
Ghosh was also ordered to give up her medical license.
Detectives are investigating after a woman and 1-year-old were found dead on the south side early yesterday morning. They were found in the 2400 block of West 80th Street. Police say the body of the 24-year-old female was in the backyard of a residence. The child was inside the home. A Chicago high school is honoring the life of one of its students who was gunned down days after his graduation. D'Angelo Miles, who attended Hansberry College Prep, was killed last Sunday on South Wallace Street. The school held a memorial earlier this week for the captain of the football team. Police are continuing to investigate the shooting. So far, no one is in custody. 7 people are hurt after an apartment building fire in Joliet. The blaze started yesterday morning in the 100 block of North Essington Road. The people on the balcony were rescued. All of the victims suffered minor injuries. The Joliet Office of Emergency and Disaster Management is relocating the displaced residents. There seems to be heavy damage to the building. This news update was quickly delivered by Quick Delivery Service. For reliable same-day delivery, Quick Delivery will customize a logistics plan to pick up your items and move them safely to their destination. Trust their 40 years of experience for peace of mind. Get a quote at quickdelivery.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the Signature Bank Business Beat.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Wall Street will be reacting today to the May Consumer Price Index. Negotiators from the U.S. and China have reached a framework on trade, and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says President Trump could approve it today or tomorrow. General Motors is looking to reduce its exposure to tariffs. GM is planning to spend nearly $4 billion to boost manufacturing in the U.S. Last week's cyber attack on United Natural Foods is starting to result in empty shelves at its largest client, Whole Food Markets, and other chains. The supplier tells the Wall Street Journal it hopes to restore normal operations by Sunday. Beauty company L'Oreal says it will work with NVIDIA. AI will be used in its ads and product recommendations. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosella, invested in you.
Charlie Kirk sees a small part of the country going left.
Democrats are only making gains with one group of people: highly educated, rich people, those with luxury beliefs and abstractions. You can see the income graph. It is chilling. Democrats keep on gaining with the group. The wealthier you are, the more likely you are to be in the Democrat Party.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only 2 good things about aging: wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551. 1551.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/policy. That's ethos.com/policy.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 18 minutes, 17 minutes outbound. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 39 minutes outbound, 42 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 47 minutes outbound, 33 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 45 minutes outbound, about 25 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 26 minutes. Traffic is a service of Low T Center. Guys, are you and your spouse looking to lose weight in time for summer? Head over to any Synergex or Low T Center for prescription weight loss treatment options, including semaglutide. If you qualify for treatment, you can get a free B12 shot when you start. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Hazy sun, breezy day, high today 92. Partly cloudy for tonight, low 65. Periods of sun for tomorrow, scattered thunderstorms throughout, high near 80. Variable cloudiness, a thunderstorm on Friday with a high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn. Sunday mornings at 11. Sponsored by Kuhn Capital Partners in Naperville.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So we got our annual golf outing at McRae in Barrington a week from today, next Wednesday.
Yep, we sure do. And we still have some foursomes, twosomes, and singles available if you'd like to play. Go to 560theanswer.com/golf. It's presented by Signature Bank, but we have a number of sponsors, and it's really just a wonderful morning, afternoon, and evening to be with like-minded people and to help a great organization, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Yes, Tunnel to Towers we talked about a bit last week, but just to revisit, I'm sure many people listening are familiar with the good work Tunnel to Towers has been doing since 9/11. Particularly salient, even more salient after what happened earlier this week with the death of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera in the line of duty. Tunnel to Towers rallying to support first responders across the country who are killed in the line of duty among the work that they do. For more on that, we're pleased to be joined by Tom McDonough, who's the director of the National Golf Series for Tunnel to Towers. Tom, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Dan and Amy, thank you for having me on today. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Have you gotten wind of the Crystal Rivera, Chicago police officer who was killed in the line of duty? Are you guys familiar with that yet? Has that bubbled up to the surface?
Yes, I know it's being looked at, and I'm sure if there are children under I don't know every single detail about it, but it's being looked at closely by by our foundation.
Yeah,
she has an 11-year-old daughter.
Yeah,
who had her birthday this past weekend.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, tell us. I mean, I guess just to add some color and additional substance to what I said about Tunnel to Towers, the work that you guys do, the work that golf outings like the one we're doing together next week help you do.
Yes. So basically, I'd like to just run through what Stephen Siller did on 9/11. Stephen Siller was an off-duty New York City firefighter who had just finished the night shift at Squad 1 in Park Slope, Brooklyn. Squad 1 is an elite firefighting unit for the FDNY. Steve was on his way home to playing a golf outing that morning with his 3 brothers when he heard on the scanner that a plane had hit the World Trade Center. Steve called his wife, Sally, asked her to call his brothers that he would catch up with everyone later. Turned his car around, went back to his firehouse. That firehouse was already empty. Everybody on duty in that firehouse that morning lost their lives. Steve grabbed his gear, threw it into his truck, drove to the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, which connects Brooklyn to Lower Manhattan. The tunnel into Manhattan was closed for security purposes already. So Steve left his car at the entrance to the tunnel, grabbed his 60 pounds of gear, and started to run the 1.7 miles through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. They turned out to be his final footsteps, but he was able to take part in a rescue effort that morning that saved thousands and thousands of people's lives. The foundation was formed to honor his sacrifice as well as the sacrifice of all the other first responders lost that day and all who continue to sacrifice for our country. And one thing I always try to remind people is we're the luckiest people in the history of civilization. We live in the greatest country ever that God's ever created, and we're so fortunate to have those that protect us at home as well as abroad.
Yeah, I should add, I was focused on first responders, but of course, Tunnel to Towers also supports Gold Star families, injured veterans as well, members of our military.
Absolutely, yeah. So our main programs are our smart home program for catastrophically injured veterans, as well as first responders. Our In the Line of Duty program for fallen first responders, and Gold Star family programs. And our most ambitious program, which we're starting up, is to eradicate homelessness among the veteran community. We've already serviced over 10,000 homeless veterans since the program started 2 years ago. To get back to these golf events and these fundraising events, these are all absolutely essential to fund these programs to help us do the good work that we're doing, because without everybody pulling on the line, we can't get this work done. So we absolutely need everybody in the WIND community, as well as all over the country, to help us in our mission.
And again, we have a number of foursomes left, twosomes, even singles. Go to 560theanswer.com/golf. Now, in regards to the homeless vets and that project that you're undertaking, how do you convince the homeless vet to come into one of your facilities to say, hey, we want to help you? Because a lot of people are homeless for a reason, because they want the freedom of it.
Yeah, so we're not naive. It is a very complicated issue, and often it can be difficult. But we've been able to have a pretty substantial impact so far, and our plan is not to stop until this issue is eradicated. There are 47,000 homeless veterans across our country. And that's a disgrace in the greatest country in the world. And we're not going to stop until that issue is eradicated.
How many golf outings do you guys do? Like, how central is this fundraising approach to the overall development of Tunnel to Towers and support for the work that you're describing?
Yeah, so we have a pretty robust golf program. We have about 160 various events throughout the country throughout different times of the year. And we love the WIND event as well. But we have other events that we do. We have thousands of different types of events, including runs and various other events across the country. But in terms of our golf program, it's pretty well spread out, and it's very strong.
Yeah, no, I just say, there's a lot of ways to intersect with Tunnel to Towers, T2T.org, but I just wanted to focus on the golf piece in terms of how integral that is to your fundraising, in addition to small dollar donors and all the other things that a nonprofit does. But that golf program is something that's really central to what you guys do in terms of money raised.
Yeah, it is. It's in terms of money raised as well as getting in front of everybody and just informing them of what our mission is.
Yeah,
that's equally as important as being able to look people in the eye and tell them that, last year we paid off over 200 mortgages across the country. So the last couple of years that we've been 200 and 200 plus in terms of, unfortunately, in terms of paying off mortgages, because that means first responders have been lost in the line of duty, our Gold Star families. And as we've increased our ability at raising funds, we've expanded our mission so that we now cover catastrophically injured first responders, and we'll give them smart homes if needed. If there are training deaths in the military, we'll be covering them as well as long as they have young children and children under the age of 18. So as we've gotten bigger and we've expanded our mission, and we'll continue to do that. And the homeless veteran program is a prime example of that as well.
Yeah. And the other thing that's cool about your organization is, because of its genesis, you have so many first responders and veterans that are involved on the programmatic side, on the ambassador side, too. So it's a lot of it is first responders and veterans helping first responders and veterans.
Absolutely. And it's veterans, and it almost feeds upon itself. We have a tremendous ability to reach out to ambassadors, to get volunteers, to get people to help us in the fundraising effort. We're fortunate to do well with larger companies and corporations, but we are a grassroots organization. We have hundreds of thousands of monthly donors, grassroots people, and that's really who we are. It's the first responder community, it's the military community, and that's what we're very comfortable dealing with. And we're also fortunate to have strong support from the business community as well as large corporations.
Tom McDonough is the director of the National Golf Series for Tunnel to Towers. We're part of that series. Our outing a week from today, June 18th at McRae and Barrington. And if you want to sign up, or if you're unable to attend but you want to make a donation to Tunnel to Towers, you do that too. Sign up for our golf outing, Amy.
Go to 560theanswer.com/golf. And real quick, if you own or make the marketing decisions for your company, if you purchase a foursome, we'll give you 25 one-minute commercials. That's great. So you can help elevate your company. You can help Tunnel to Towers Foundation, and you can have a great day of golf. So again, 560theanswer.com/golf.
Tom McDonough, director of National Golf Series for Tunnel to Towers. Tom, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to the event next week.
Yep. See you then. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Gentlemen, spring is here. Time for gatherings with friends, family, and outdoor activities. But how are you going to keep up if low testosterone is draining your energy? The answer? TRT with Synergen X and Low T Center. They might seem convenient, but many online TRT services can be a hassle to get started. You end up spending hundreds of dollars and wasting time, so don't fall for it. Trust the experts at Synergen X and Low T Center, who I trust. They've been changing patients' lives for a combined 25 years. They understand what guys need. They're in person, and make it easy to get started. Start today with a free consultation and free testosterone test. Best thing about it, it's free and fast. They have an on-site lab to process your test quickly, and if you qualify, you can start treatment that day. They do feature locations across Chicagoland. And for guys looking to lose a few pounds, Synergen X and Low T Center make it easy with prescription weight loss medications. They do accept most major health insurance, so you have no excuse. The offer is limited, so go right now to fixmylowt.com to book your appointment. That's fixmylowt.com. You'll be glad you did.
Everybody seems to be more health conscious these days, worrying about their weight, what they eat, what they put into their bodies. And if you're in pain, taking pills to mask the pain is not the answer. Hi, Amy Jacobson here. Please listen up. There is hope to end your chronic pain due to arthritis or an injury, and that's QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is different. These are not quick fixes. This is a revolutionary treatment that works to give your body long-term relief. You will meet Medical Director Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team. They'll explain how their regenerative treatments take your own body's healing power and helps restore damaged tissue. So say goodbye to chronic pain and live your best life. Find out if you're a candidate. The consultation is free with appointments on weekdays and Saturdays. Contact my good friends at QC Kinetics. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
Are you planning to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or whole home? Explore why homeowners call Forever Remodeling the remodeling machine. With over 2,000 completed projects, our expert designers, project managers, and installers work together like clockwork, delivering stunning results on time and on budget. From creative design to detailed installation, we build beautiful, functional spaces without the stress. Call Forever Remodeling today at 847-809-3355 or visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4everremodeling.com to schedule your free in-home design consultation.
It's your life, your legacy. Shouldn't it be your choice? For nearly 2 centuries, Catholic Cemetery Chicago has been a haven for families, offering sacred spaces to honor these legacies. Take an active role by pre-planning your final arrangements. Alleviate your loved ones a future financial burden. Lock in today's prices and take advantage of no interest payments and no hidden fees. Visit CatholicCemeteriesChicago.org or call 708-236-5490 to schedule a free consultation today.
Maha starts with Virago, making America healthy again. With the worst flu season in years, you need an immune system boost. The stronger your immune system, the stronger your body fights and defends against so get Virago. Virago Immune Enhancement Support is a unique blend of 23 nutraceuticals, ingredients that have been available as individual nutraceuticals, but now working in synergy to maximize their effects. Recommended by medical physicians, dentists, and other healthcare professionals, Virago is the nutraceutical cocktail for immune support. Developed to strengthen your immune system for quick response to immune challenges, for short and long-term immunity, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. It even protects your heart, kidneys, liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Order online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Quality ingredients for optimum health. Maha, making America healthy again starts with Virago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So Mike Madigan gets sentenced on Friday. The feds want 12 and a half years And
Think they'll get that?
No.
With all those love letters that people wrote about him.
So I wrote a piece for John Cass. You can post it this morning at johncassnews.com, and sort of built off some of those character letters that were submitted to Judge Blakey in treating him to be lenient. I mean, it's just some of the unbelievable statements that were made, like Lisa Madigan, baby girl Lisa, punishing him for trying to help people, something we're all taught to do is the true injustice.
Oh, my gosh.
And
she used to be our attorney general.
Jerry Reinsdorf crediting him with delivering the 2005 World Series championship to the South Side, and all of the people, all of our heroes, former SEIU president Tom Balanoff, and Marxist talk radio host Fred Eichner, and Rahm Emanuel mega donor Michael Sachs, former Cook County State's Attorney Dick Devine, former Loyola University of Chicago president Michael Garanzini. Oh, yeah, it's just on and on and on. So you could read my piece at johncassnews.com if you so choose. But I did want to respond to one comment that has been posted so far to my piece, because it speaks to the problem. This is from a friend of mine, Pat Hickey. And I like Pat. He's a good dude. I saw him because I went through the list of everybody who submitted a letter on Madigan's behalf. So he posted in response to my column, I sent a letter on Mike Madigan's behalf explaining the speaker's help in getting an operational grant for Leo High School and do not regret doing so. Mike Madigan reached out, unsolicited, by the way, to Leo President Bob Foster, and I did the scut work. Madigan was no Leo guy, nor did he ask for or get any public recognition. That was a selfless and non-political act. I got a Catholic pension for my 23 years of nefarious doings on 79th Street. Absolutist arrow? ? I don't know if he's asking if I think I'm perfect. That's what absolutist arrow means. I will be perfect. I don't know if he's saying that about himself or me. I don't know. But here's the thing. You shouldn't have wrote the letter, Pat. You should not have written the letter to Mike Madigan. The idea of I got a Thanksgiving turkey for the family from the local mob boss, and so I find him to be good character and undeserving of punishment for all of the bad things I know he did, is not persuasive. By the way, if Mike Madigan wanted to do something for Catholic schools, then he would have been a champion for school choice long before he cut the deal with Bruce Rauner that provided a massive funding of government schools in perpetuity in exchange for this relatively small in scope school choice program. So he did something for Leo for one reason or another. This is the problem. Cut me in or cut it out. And if I'm cut in, then he's a hail fellow, well met. That is not persuasive. What that does is perpetuates the kleptocracy. I'm sorry. And Pat's a great guy, and he's a great asset to the church and to Catholic schooling, and has been for a long time in Chicagoland. But that thinking has to change. It's very much like, that's not the Mike Madigan I knew.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot dismiss what you know to be true, what is publicly available. And if you're paying any attention to what happens in politics and government and the state, you knew. Mike Madigan and Ed Burke and the men and women of always, but they're near the top of that pyramid, if not at the top, destroyed this city and state. All the horribles of the last decade, that is reaping what they sowed over the previous 4 decades. So you should regret sending the letter. He is unworthy of it. And he should be punished for what they were able to get him on. And that means real jail time. I mean, just recall what the prosecutor said, too. And I'm not saying federal prosecutors are beyond reproach. They certainly are not. We've learned that. But a jury of his peers convicted him unanimously and consistent with the way that he was described by prosecutors as well, number one, guilty of bribery and conspiracy, plus his, quote, obstructive conduct and lying on the witness stand, which, scratches the surface of the devastation wrought on Illinois by this guy who amassed a $40 million fortune. We found out that. That's the estimated net worth, according to prosecutors. $40 million fortune while being just one state rep from the Southwest side making, $80,000.
And then what? His fine is only $1 million.
My ass. Until, I should say, people in this state can bring themselves to say, Rod Blagojevich, you are accountable for what you did. Mike Madigan, you are accountable for what you did. Ed Burke, you are accountable for what you did, politically and as relevant legally. Until you can bring yourself to do that, then don't bitch to me about what the state has become. Just, join the chorus of people telling themselves beautiful lies to rationalize what they participated in these many years. Speaking of what the city has become and somebody trying to do something positive about it, at least in his neck of the woods, South Side, we'll talk to Pastor Corey Brooks at 8:38.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here are the headlines.
Good morning. It's 70 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley.
No justice, no peace.
Protests against immigration and custom enforcement are spreading across the country, with thousands demonstrating yesterday in New York, Chicago, Denver, Milwaukee, and Washington, D.C. One person in Long Beach, California, Judd Nestor, explains why he came out.
Try to show solidarity in peaceful protests, as it is our right to do. Add to the numbers and hope they get larger.
In Los Angeles, a curfew has been put in effect after the mayor said that there's been a significant amount of criminal behavior. President Trump is warning that his military response to the Los Angeles protests may be the first of many, and that these protests in other cities could be met with equal or greater force. And Chicago police are investigating after a postal worker was robbed at gunpoint by 4 people on the south side. Authorities say the robbery happened yesterday near 73rd and Union. The victim wasn't injured. The suspects fled and remain on the loose. News is a service of Low T Center. Guys, have you been thinking about starting TRT? The time is now. You can visit any Low T Center or Synergex and get your consultation and test free. Don't let low testosterone slow you down this spring. Get the energy you need at Synergex or Low T Center. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Larry Elder isn't happy with where some of his tax dollars end up.
Half of the taxpayers in America are conservative, but 100% of taxpayer dollars that go to Harvard go from conservatives and liberals. And if Harvard hires professors, obviously because of their viewpoint, and I am supporting Harvard through my taxpayer dollars, whether it's for research or for student loans, I have a problem with that.
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Amy Jacobson here, and OMG, I was absolutely speechless when I saw my new garage floor. Level 10 Coatings did such an amazing job, and now my garage floor shines. Level 10 Coatings specializes in expert garage floor coatings for both residential and commercial spaces. Their floors are durable, easy to maintain, and best of all, done in just one day. Hey, if you've been thinking about upgrading your garage floor with that shiny new showroom look, please call my good friends at Level 10 Coatings at 855-510-2628 or book your free consultation online at level10coatings.com. And here's a bonus. Mention me, Amy Jacobson, and you'll get $500 off your project. Call 855-510-2628 or visit level10coatings.com today or call 855-510-2628.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
From the Team Hawk Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 18 minutes, outbound 22 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 43 minutes, outbound about 38 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 46 minutes, outbound 31 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 44 minutes, outbound about 24 minutes. This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscriptions ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Hazy sun, breezy day. High today up to 92. Partly cloudy tonight, low 65. Sunshine, scattered thunderstorms for tomorrow, and the high 80. Variable cloudiness, thunderstorm Friday with a high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. You know what this is the theme song to?
I don't know.
Perfect. It's Ordinary Business by the Fontaines, D.C. It's the theme music to the that new series on Paramount, Mobland.
Oh, okay. I still have yet to see that, but I will.
Really good.
I'll download some episodes.
Pierce Brosnan, Helen Mirren, Tom Hardy. It's very good.
Okay.
And since we're talking about Chicago, it's
like a Mobland. There you go.
Perfect. Perfect segue.
We're living in it.
Yesterday, the different kind of mob, but the mobs were out in force to protest removing violent criminals in this country illegally from American soil.
Let's go protest that.
Here was what one of those fortunate sons who got time at the mic had to say.
We're not going back. This is an inflection point, a turning point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very passionate.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the sanctuary city that is Chicago and the sanctuary state that is Illinois will be on national display tomorrow when Jelly Belly Pritzker appears before the House Oversight Committee.
I really hope Walz is sitting in between him and Kathy Hochul. It'd be a great visual.
And just a reminder, since I guess the predicate for yesterday's march in Chicago was the ICE operations last week, the priorities set forward by the Trump administration remain the priorities. These ICE operations, including in LA, including in Chicago, are related to bringing public safety threats into custody for the purposes of removing them from our country because, they're here illegally. And Tom Homan reiterated that about the LA operations.
Were there public safety threats in the Fashion District and at that Home Depot in these raids we've seen?
Yeah, and that's what no one's talking about. The Fashion District wasn't an immigration raid. It was a service of 3 criminal warrants at locations. based on a large criminal conspiracy that ICE is investigating. That has to do with money laundering, tax evasion, and customs fraud, where a company underdeclared over $80 million in goods, failed to pay $17 million in fees. And it's part of an overall conspiracy on numerous businesses that they believe that some of this money is being laundered in Mexico and Colombia to fund cartel activity. So this was a criminal investigation that they all responded to in the beginning. That's how it all started. But the facts never got out. Even though we put the facts out, the media didn't cover it. They just said immigration raids, and we're separating families and all the negative information we hear all the time. We took a lot of bad people off the street last couple of days. A Vietnamese national that attended a graduation party was kicked out and came back and killed two young people, two young Americans. We arrested a child predator. We arrested someone for sexual misconduct. Someone arrested for committed armed robbery. We arrested numerous gang members. What ICE did the last couple of days is make Los Angeles safer by taking public safety threats off the street.
Mm-hmm. And the response you get from the other side, the huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Well, here's an example of it.
You go to Carver, I'm fake. I know you do, dog. I'll spit on your plate. I'll put my on your plate. Your family, your kids. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
He be getting a whole plate. He be expecting us to give us a whole that right there.
Do you go to Carver?
Yeah, you do. Stop playing. Yeah, you do. Act like I don't know your face. Stop playing. Talking about, can I get a discount? Can I get a this? Can I get a that? That right there. Point that shit at him right there. That shit there right there.
He doesn't look like he go to Carver, though.
Hell nah. Hell nah.
He ain't going to that Carver.
What's your favorite thing to order at Carver?
Everything.
And then after that lovely young couple was done calling a black LAPD officer the N-word repeatedly and threatening, I guess he goes to the Kava place where they work or something like this, and saying that they were going to pollute his Kava next time he comes in or something like this. Then they just sped off in their little scooter. That's the quality of the representation you're getting for the side that is, proponent of mostly nonviolent violence in L.A., in Chicago, around the rest of the country, in big city America, in defense of people who pose public safety threats and are in this country illegally. That's the sum of it. The sum of it. And I understand that all of these neo-Marxist politicians are trying to talk all around it and buzzword their way through this mess that they've created. But I don't think it's working. For more on the topic, pleased to be joined by Corey Brooks, Senior Pastor of New Beginnings Church of Chicago, founder and CEO of Project Hood as well. Pastor Brooks, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hey, Dan, thanks for having me on. I always enjoy it.
How do folks in your neighborhood there on the South Side, how did they receive yesterday's activity?
For the most part, we want people to come in legally. We're not in support of this illegal immigration that's going on. Most of those individuals are ending up in our neighborhood, right down the street from us. We're on 66th and King Drive, but right on 61st and King, there's basically a whole group of individuals who are basically set up residence and housing illegally. So, we're not in favor for it at all. So we frown upon it, very much so.
And what are the conversations like about what you see in the protests, the attitude towards police? I mean, it seems to me, the whole police issue, which, as I understand, there's divided opinion on within some of the black neighborhoods, but that a lot of this has subsided, from a few years ago, the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, in the face of the ongoing endemic crime and deprivation, and now layering in this entrance of a bunch of people in this country illegally who are then supported by the city and the state quite handsomely at their expense. It just seems to me there's some attitudinal changes going on.
Yeah, I think that's for the most part, that's what a lot of people in our community are upset about, that local and state funds are going toward illegal immigrants, helping them to get their bearing in America, whereas you have people who have been here who feel like they need those same type of assistance sometimes, or that that assistance could be used in a better way. Our schools maybe helping us to have more police so that we can fight crime. There are a whole lot of areas that we feel like funds could be spent other than spending them on illegal immigrants and giving them a free ride.
So does BLM Brandon, speaking of Black Lives Matter, does he get away with this sanctuary city business, welcoming city business by, constantly talking about everything that he's doing for Black residents of Chicago? Is that selling?
Yeah, he's definitely playing the race card without a shadow of a doubt, but that's not going to hold water because we see right through it. Our communities are still horrible. The living conditions are still bad. The crime is still up. So he can placate to that all he wants. It's not going to work. And people see right through it. All he's doing is playing the race card.
Wait. Crime is down. He said so.
Yeah, repeatedly on any outlet that will listen to him.
Well, all you have to do is come around these neighborhoods and see for yourself that people are still committing crimes. And if it is down, it's just because we're at such a high level, unlike other cities, but the crime is still a major factor.
Now, as Greg Gutfeld, he said the crime is down because there's no more people to rob because everyone's moving out.
I would agree. There are so many people moving from the south side of Chicago to suburban areas and to even Wisconsin and Indiana. So there is a migration of people who are totally moving out of the city, who are fed up with illegal immigrants, who are fed up with the crime, and just fed up with the way that the city is being ran into the ground.
So what's going on with your church and community center? I mean, in terms of like getting people to think differently about some of these intractable problems you're describing, you have to sort of to change the mentality, you have to sort of perhaps expose people to things they haven't considered, and that includes some of the programming and mentorship and education I know you're engaged in doing. So update us.
Absolutely. I've taken a stance that we can't keep arguing about politics, trying to convince people to change in our neighborhood. We're going to have to show them. So we're trying to use conservative principles to build a community center. We are building it. We're about 50% complete. A major focus is going to be the trades. We're going to focus on building people, and I'll take that over politics any day, that the building of people and the building of minds and the changing of lives is far more important than trying to get politicians to side with us. So it's a hard job. It's a big task, especially when you're trying to do it without the help of government. There are other agencies on the south and west side who get lots of government funding. That's not the case with us. So we have to work hard to expose people to what we're doing and show community people exactly why it's important. So we're working hard, and we're going to continue to transform people's lives and change people's minds with conservative principles.
What's your transition story? Because didn't you used to be a Democrat?
Nah, never.
Never, ever.
He was precocious. Okay. He was smart from a young age.
Yes.
Yeah.
At 19 years old, I became a Republican. I was at a freshman at Ball State University taking political science, and I learned in my first class the difference between a Republican and a Democrat. Up to that time, though, I thought I was a Democrat like everyone else. I voted Democrat. I thought I was a Democrat. And then I realized that I am so far from that truth.
Well, what happened in your class? Like, what topic were you discussing?
So, it was a political science 101. And on the class, the professor wrote some principles on the board on the right and the left, and he had them switched. And he said it was 10 on one side, 10 on the other. And he said, circle the ones that you agree with. And so he had the words conservative and liberal covered up. So we circled the ones, we wrote down on the paper the ones we agree with. And he went on to say, if you agree with 5 of these, you're probably a Republican. And if you agree with 7 of these, you're probably a conservative. If you agree with more than 7, you're an ultra-conservative. And I realized right then, wow, I'm an ultra-conservative. So it sent me on a path to study. I got a degree in political science and learned why I believe what I believe, and that's the reason why I'm so able to stand firm about my belief system.
The old freedom versus order values continuum kind of deal, yeah. So I know you said focusing on people rather than worrying too much about the politicians, but you sort of posted an interesting offering on X. Somebody had posted, what Republican is going to run for mayor of Chicago? No one is willing to take it on. And you responded, I wouldn't say that yet.
Ooh, do tell.
I wouldn't say that yet.
Corey Brooks for mayor? Is that what that is intimating?
Or governor or senator. I don't know. But
really?
I am thinking about those offices. I'm thinking about a person, if you can really honestly make change and if you can honestly win. I would not win unless I thought I could. I would not run unless I really thought I could win. And I've got a couple of people who have contacted me and who really want me to do it and who have the financial wherewithal to help me pull it off too.
And do one of the above or
which one
or
are you
one
most...
specific, one possibly, Are all three in play, or are you your focus on one of them?
I'm gonna be honest. All three are in play for me. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna think it through, and it would be the race that I think that I could win.
Okay, so
Very
at this point in
interesting.
time, what race do you think you can win?
If I get in the race, I can win all three. I'm not getting in the race if I don't think I could win. So, if I do it, it's because I can win.
Okay, but you're going to need money. You're going to need big pockets like me.
Yeah, I have some friends with deep pockets.
Oh, good.
Sometimes you don't need the money; you need friends with deep pockets, and I have friends with deep pockets. That's why I run around with Dan Proft. He
Oh,
he
you
has all the
see, that's
contacts.
what I was getting at.
Yeah,
I was saying
right.
it without saying it, if you know what I mean.
And if I run Dan, I'll probably run my campaign. So
Oh, wow, it's getting...
So now I've been recruited. Oh, that's how he does. That's why he's a pastor. He just he makes his idea your idea.
This is a great segment.
Yeah,
You're getting JOBs. I'm watching.
Very, very slick, Corey.
Yeah.
Very slick. All right. Well, that's very interesting.
Can you come on our show when you make your announcement, when you decide which race you're going to enter?
Yeah.
I'm going to decide real soon if I'm going to get in the race. Right now, I'm focused on Project Hood and building this center, but I'm not leaving anything out. I'm putting it all on the table.
All right. Very intriguing. Pastor Corey Brooks, Senior Pastor of New Beginnings Church in Chicago, Southside, founder, CEO of Project Hood as well. Corey, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Bob Chivato, owner of Go Exceed and a customer of Signature Bank. By leveraging AI and machine learning, we provide data management solutions for corporations to save time and money managing their cellular devices. While we rely on machines to help us run our business, we believe personal relationships are essential. This is why we chose Signature Bank. Having a banking partner who understands our background, our business, and our priorities is fundamental to our success. Any bank can provide basic services, but having a bank that you can trust, one that looks out for you and treats your business like its own, that's irreplaceable.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere, delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Samsung TV Plus, channel 1177.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I won't
won't sugarcoat it. Crime in Illinois is rampant. Every day we hear about home invasions, armed robberies, carjackings. It's terrifying. That's why I turned to Goldilocks for my home security. My family and I feel so much safer. They showed me what intruders look for and installed a state-of-the-art smart security system. They offer HD cameras, motion sensors, smart locks, and real-time mobile alerts. I check mine all the time. So whether I'm home or not, I know who's at my door and who shouldn't be. Goldilocks also secures businesses of all sizes. They have security doors, keyless entry, 24/7 monitoring. Trust me, you'll never regret being prepared, but you may regret doing nothing. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call Goldilocks today, 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600, or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
We couldn't decide if we needed in-home care for Dad.
Right. Just some help here and there with bathing, organizing his meds, a walk through the neighborhood.
Oh, exactly. But everywhere we looked, we had a 4-hour minimum. It was more care than he needed, and it didn't make sense to spend extra for it.
Then we found Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. No minimum hours. We were shocked.
Now a caregiver stops by once or twice a week for just an hour or two to help with the small things that make a big difference.
And Mom loves the visits. It's not just help. It's companionship.
At Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, we understand that not every family needs round-the-clock care. We serve DuPage, Cook, Kane, Kendall, and Will counties. We conduct free in-home assessments, and we guarantee compatibility. Call Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest today at 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
Attention American homeowners, you're under attack. Your home and equity could be vulnerable to cyber thieves. There's only one company that completely stops them, and that company is Equity Protect. Equity Protect prevents any attempts to steal your home, equity, and ownership 24/7. Get your free risk report today by texting the word HOME to 94878. That's right, text the word HOME to 94878 to get your free risk report. Keep your equity and legacy safe with Equity Protect.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, where did the time go? All right. Anything you want to say, boss? Anything to add, Deputy?
No, I'm...
my line from my...
Yeah, no, sure. The line that will live in cinematic history.
Thank you very much. All right, thanks to Justin Kosick, Quinn McCarthy. We're back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Enjoy the warmth, the heat and humidity, a high of 90 degrees. It's 9 a.m., WIND, Chicago.
Another illegal immigrant arrested.